Hey, stream, we're just putting a couple of links out there. Bear with me. We'll be like 30 seconds. And then we'll get started with SoDcast number 12. Somehow we've gotten to 12 already. Oop, that's not what I want. Here we go. Okay. And then we'll get started. That's an echo. Send out the tweet. Very good. All right, let's get this party started and I'll open up the Town Hall channel for you to see on YouTube. There it is. All right, Squirrel Stance, I think it says. Zomble, guys, if you want to join in, just right-click your profile pictures and put your hand up. Otherwise, you're more than happy to listen. More than all good to listen in, and we'll get started with this one. Here we go. All right, it's time for the first countdown of 2024. Happy New Year, everyone. I hope you had a wonderful holiday season. It is January 3rd here in Australia, and we're ringing in the new year with a boatload of Season of Discovery conversations that I really must admit I have just been busting to talk about over the last 10 days or so. It's been about 2.5 weeks since our last recording. I'm sort of 50-50 on whether I take a break over the holiday season, but I did decide to take a break this year and really just launched myself into the game and have had a whale of a time. We'll talk all about it, but we're bringing on a list of regulars. I'm so happy to have all these guys back. I've got my coffee in hand. Cannot wait to talk to all of them. Let's get them all in here. And a very quick hello. You've recognized them all from the show before. Shagger, mate, welcome back.
Hey there.
Lovely to have you. Tariak, my friend.
What's the crack, Josh? Glad to be back. Happy New Year to everyone.
Happy New Year, mate. Porkrot, my fucking GM, mate. What's cracking? No pressure on me.
Yeah, that's it. I finally got into one.
Yeah, we got you here. Good-o, mate. Sig, brother, what's going on?
Hey, everybody. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Wonder, g'day, mate.
Happy New Year, everybody. I hope you've been kicking ass and getting all the loot you desire from BFD.
Absolutely, taking names. And finally, last second in there, love to see it. Zim, mate, what's going on?
Hey, how's it going? Happy New Year. Let's do this.
You're coming in very hot. I'll turn you way down. All right, sorry about that, everyone.
Oh, sorry.
No, that's all right. That'll be my fault. It's all good. All right, guys, let's get started. So many things I want to discuss. I actually, I'll apologize in advance because it might be a long recording. I really can't say. We could be for 2 hours. It could be here for 2 hours. It could be here for 4 hours. Let's just see how we go. There's a bunch of stuff I want to get stuck into. I thought I might start. I was going to start on the quasi-controversial note first and start talking about the gold and quest issue, but I thought I'll just push that a little bit lower down on the agenda. Not too far away, but we'll warm you guys up with something a bit easier and more positive, maybe. And I wanted to talk to you now that we're 1 month into Season of Discovery about BFD, if that's okay, because I was on Twitter the other day just fucking gushing about this thing. Now, don't get me wrong. I have mild, small complaints about Season of Discovery. It's still a fucking 10 out of 10 in my books. And I'll throw out the caveat that all of the complaints you hear from me throughout the next 4 hours are small fry in the grand scheme of things. I am fucking loving this game. I'm adoring it. So when you hear me bitch and moan about stuff, it's really just small fry for the most part. But I wanted to start with something really positive. And like I said, I was just publicly just loving and kissing BFD, going, this raid is perfect. It's the difficulty is perfect. I personally feel that for what it is, as a glorified UBRS, the lockout is perfect. The length of time is perfect. The raid size is perfect. Now, a lot of people will disagree with me. I'm already hearing people saying, I don't like 10-man or I don't like 3-day lockouts. And look, that's all well and good, each to their own, but we'll discuss it in full here. But guys, let me start with the easy open question and first in best dressed. Is there anyone on board with me who is adoring BFD?
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
Tell me why.
I mean, it's at the point now where so many people have done it, and it's easy enough to just the 3 day. I mean, I've been leveling new characters and been able to get in, meeting, like that old nostalgic feeling. I met somebody today. Well, not today, this week while leveling. We ended up leveling our characters together. Jumped in the raid when we hit 25. Like it's, I don't know. It just brings back like the, that nostalgic feeling of the meeting people in the world, making lifetime friends.
Oh yeah, I'll jump in on that too. I think it's a really well balanced raid. Like if you want to just hang out with the boys, have do some beer in hand raiding, it's perfect for that. If you want to challenge yourselves, get a little sweaty, do some speed or something like that, easy enough. And then you can also just grab a bunch of random people and still go through as long as they can listen and follow mechanics. It's not a hard raid. It's just it's fun all around.
Tariak, I've got a funny feeling you might have something to say on this.
100%. All round, I think, just from a level of, like, just think about how many different audiences it caters towards, where it's long enough where, like I said, you get like a nice hour out of it with the boys, but if you want to speed run it, you can get like crazy 15-minute runs, all that kind of stuff. But then you look at the world buff, they put in a 20% movement speed buff, kind of like this, still like the Zanza pots that you would have seen in around ZG time, kind of shit like that. So it's like you could see that like they're specifically kind of saying like, right, we're designing with multiple audiences to reach. But I mean that's just the whole kind of overarching kind of like style and feel and like you're saying, like why like I'm in the same boat as you, Joshua. Like I'm just like loving the game so much because everything is designed in such that way, where it's incredibly well thought out. And like I said, you could just even talk about the some of the minor minutiae about the buff having that 20% movement speed to enable the fastest speed runs and cater towards that audience, while also still being like we're kind of like thinking about around an hour or 40 minutes maybe for your kind of like typical kind of like just with the boys kind of group as well. So perfect balance across the board. For like I said, this is like level 25. When we're level 40, there'll still be people who will be doing it to get that movement buff because they want to speed run the Nomagon.
Can I say one thing before I forget? I really cast my mind back to about 3 weeks ago when I did see some voices out there, one or two of them notable being content creators. I won't name names, but there were mild rumblings around the traps after those, first couple of lockouts. Oh, geez, I don't know about the difficulty of this BFD raid. What's going on with Kelris? I think maybe he should cop a nerf. And many of you who were on the show with me around that time were balking at this, going like, fucking pump the brakes, my friend. It is the second lockout. Your raid will get gear. This will turn into a pushover. Fucking stop calling for nerfs when we're 3 seconds into this raid being out. And in my mind, thank God nothing was done. Now, I know a lot of people are going to want to cry like, oh, but Josh, the Grinch is making it so much easier. You're being tainted by this fucking mechanical toy that's changing the raid. And no. It was turning into a pushover before the Grinch came on the scene as well. And I'm just really glad that Blizzard held, and also that they designed this thing as they did. It's just fun. It was a little bit of a challenge the first time when we had no gear, and now it has absolutely turned into UBRS. It is a fucking cakewalk. Whether or not you have the Grinch, it's a lot of fun. The gear rains down. You can do it in your sleep now. Pugs are knocking it off. Like, I just think it's wonderful. And yeah, I just, does anyone on that one? Like, I'm just still like, thank God they didn't nerf Kelris.
Yeah. If anything, they may have given the whole raid a buff by nerfing hunters.
Yeah,
indirectly.
I'll jump in because I haven't had my word yet. But yeah, so I felt similarly. Sort of, from my perspective, was do I really want to, like the second lockout? Let's say, I don't know. This could take 3 hours. This could take an hour. I really don't know. I don't know how much time I have on my hands. So I pushed it a couple of lockouts, maybe like number 4, number 5. and yeah, and then it sort of slowly had turned into a pushover, and now I mean it's kind of the risk of having new content that's sort of unpredictable, but yeah, now it's actually it's I could do my first run like the 5th lockout, let's say, because I knew okay, this would be like 90 maybe 120 minutes, because that's if I don't know how much time it's going to take, I'm not even going to start.
Fair
That's
enough.
just how
Fair
my
enough.
life works.
No,
kinda,
that's
yeah.
that's fair. That's fair. Ubiquitous. Let me throw you in the mix, and I'll get all you other guys involved as well. I'm sort of sitting here, obviously raving about it, mate, and I still think the loot is great, the clear times are great, the camaraderie that how if I pronounced that wrong, that is produced through the ease of this raid, I think is fantastic. But do you have any mild constructive criticisms at this stage for BFD, or is it still like a no notes for you?
From when it came out, or the version that we have now?
From what we have now.
I think how it is now is good. I'm glad that they brought in the resistance changes on a couple of bosses. I'm surprised that it made it to launch in that state, because I know in my first few runs it was like you'd organize the raid comp to essentially just carry a caster through, and they'd do sweet fuck all the whole run, and the hunters would deliver them loot. Yeah, that's like, I'm glad they changed that, because now it doesn't feel as worthless to be in there as a mage or a warlock.
Or a boomkin.
Oh,
yeah, or a boomy.
yeah.
So
Well, you made
yeah,
me realize that you guys have got to call me out more loudly on this stuff. They did actually nerf the raid, as someone said before. They nerfed the raid with the resistances. So like I'm here saying, don't change anything, and they did change something rather drastically, and that's something that helped make it easier. So I guess I got a bit of egg on my face earlier, but
But is that even making it easier, or just making it playable?
Makes it more viable for the non-merely
Yeah.
stacked group.
yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
'cause
I
if
just
you
think
were-
it made it impossible to play.
yeah, if you were just running without casters, that change didn't change
It didn't change
your
much, yeah.
experience at all. So it just meant that you didn't have to bring 3 hunters anymore. You could bring 2 and a caster, and it wouldn't be too bad. You never had to, but it was just made it a gimmick, and I'm sure it wasn't even fun for casters for that first 2 weeks or however long it was until the nerf came in.
Well, purely from our raid composition's point of view, we had merely stacks in all 3 raid teams at the beginning, because
It was very
no one
heavy
was
on
playing
melee,
casters
yeah.
anyway.
Yeah, it
I
was
think we
very
had
heavy.
2 warlocks and a mage, and the mage was mostly healing.
And that wasn't by design. I just remember my first 3 or 4 trips in there, without trying to keep casters out, we just wound up organically with a shitload of melee characters.
No one wanted to play caster. It was insane. Now the balance is starting to come back a little bit. I think we have almost an even split between melee and casters this week. So, I think more and more people are starting to give casters a whirl. But yeah, in the beginning, everyone was melee.
Squirrel Farmer. Hey, mate, can you hear me?
I can hear you loud and clear, sir.
Very good, mate. I'll throw you into the mix. I mean, how's BFD been treating you? I haven't even run a pug yet. I'd love to hear people's experiences with pugs, whether it's positive or negative. But what's your overall review of BFD after a month?
I'm a rare breed who actually has all 8 classes at 25 right now.
Oh, I
on
love
board.
you. Yes, let's talk.
So I'm in pup with Hap,
Hell yeah.
and I ran the first run with Galley Boy and Mev, and it was, I will say it was challenging, but we did have a very good melee comp. Just that was just the way it worked out with who we had at 25 that second lockout. I was a feral druid, so I was making everyone real happy. So, but yeah, we really enjoyed it. We did actually we only went 5 of 7 that first week, but after we figured out shadow resist pots for Kelris, it was, that was really the obstacle. Akumai, you just people stack on the back and goes down just pretty naturally. So. I've thought it's been a lot of fun. I do like. I thought I would dislike the rune swapping, like outside of a city, but given, so Rogue is now one of my favorite classes, and you don't run the traditional what's called the meta spec against Baron, for instance, because he's immune to bleeds and immune to poison, so you can't really run that build and actually be viable. So it is kind of cool to change what you're doing for an individual boss. So I think that plays well. They give you, these bosses have strengths and weaknesses. Gamora, for instance, not a very melee friendly boss. Really high armor, has a huge damage debuff for physical for the better part of the fight. So I think they really hit it on the head as far as trying to keep casters in physical. I think they definitely failed casters. As others have said, once people get gear and with the nerfs, it has gotten better. But yeah, I think this definitely, I would call it a win for Blizzard. Absolutely.
Mate, I'm so glad that you've leveled all the classes, because as of probably tomorrow, I'll have probably 425s, the Shaman, the Warrior, the Rogue, the Warlock, Hunter on the way as well. So we've got a lot of class stuff to talk about, so I'm glad you're here. Craig, I'll throw you in the mix, and then we'll open it up a bit more on BFD. But one last point about this is, just the kind of the loot. Now, everyone's going to laugh because everyone's going to say, of course, you feel this way as a warrior, Josh. But the loot ratio feels really good. I feel like everyone's getting loot. Everyone's happy, at least in the runs that I've been involved in. I don't get the impression, unless you're exclusively running pugs with people, running this raid with people you don't know, losing rolls, getting dicked over in that manner by RNGs or whatever. Sure, there might be an argument that, oh, fuck this raid, I never get anything. But if you're doing it, in a constructive manner with a regular group of guildies or friends or whatever, everyone's showering in loot, and I think it just feels good. Have you had that feeling, Craig, or not so much?
Yeah, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
So the only issue that I've had with the loot, and it's mainly from a horde perspective, is I really feel like they should have put shamans to be able to wear mail early. Because for the first 3 weeks that I ran this raid, it was just a lot of mail gear. And then at that time, nobody really played warrior because they wasn't any good. Besides for that, the loot's been great. Playing a rogue main, it's been a little rough because there's just so many leather DPS classes. But besides for the mail issue, I really can't complain too much.
That's a great point to raise. Sorry, go for it, Shagger.
I'll jump in. I kind of don't really get why there's no dedicated or very little dedicated healer stuff. I think just dilutes the loot for all the casters, and then the cost DPS start complaining because they don't know that there is no other healing gear. And it's a classic mainstay of vanilla WoW, so why isn't it there except for the weapons, right?
Fair enough. On your point about the leather, Craig, Ubiquitous, if I can throw this one to you, because I know you're obviously hammering your rogue. I've recently started getting my Shaman in BFD. I've just leveled a rogue that's going to hopefully jump in there soon as well. And I've already noticed it is pretty rough out there on the leather DPS people. Have you seen it to be, whether you call it a problem or not?
Yeah, I've actually hammered pugs the whole time pretty much because I'm just raiding in off-peak hours. And some pugs just I'm relatively ungreedy. If I got 2 items, something way better could drop as the third, and I just wouldn't take it if I had already won 2 bits. But it's a dog eat dog world out there pugging, and someone will win an item, equip it, and then the better version of that exact same slot drops, and they will roll and win it again. And it's just
Well, there's a story on the Reddit this morning about the healer that won the blue staff off the Murloc boss, and then won the role on the epic staff off Kelrus, and they wouldn't give it to him because he'd won the blue.
Yeah,
good.
That's me. I'm gonna take every piece I can get. I won 5 pieces in the last reset of BFD on my warrior, and the warrior tank won 0. After a month of running my rogue and getting 3 pieces of gear total, I was not willing to share. That was my loot.
I will say, like, you guys have brought it up already a little bit, and, you know, all the rumors are true about this male thing and the warrior thing. Like, I've said to the boys in my runs recently, and Ubiquitous, you've been there, I'm like, I'm starting to feel, even though I am a massive loot whore in game, it's one of my, you know, bad qualities. I play this game to get loot. I love loot. I love upgrades. But I feel really guilty now over like the absurd amount of gear my character has gotten. I'm getting like, you know, third options drop. Like, it's just ridiculous. I think without hyperbole, like after like 5 BFD runs on my warrior, I'm at something like 18 pieces that I've won. Like, and Porkrot, you know, you've been handing it out to me as well because there's no one else to give it to. Like, it's just absurd.
Well, if male gear drops now, I don't even bother putting it up for a roll. It's like, do either of the warriors need that? Like, there's only ever like 1 or 2 of you at absolute most in any of the groups, because I always split them up amongst the groups. So yeah, every single warrior in our raid teams is absolutely stacked, and anyone who levels 1 is just instantly stacked after their first raid as well.
And it's not going to change next phase when we upgrade to plate.
To plate, yep. No, I reckon, I've said it before, but I reckon Blizzard went, oh no, everyone's going to be a paladin because everyone loves paladin for some fucking reason. So they just made so much male gear, stuck it all in the game, and you know, Alliance are loving it, and Horde are like, fuck are we meant to do with all these shards we keep getting?
I think no one will care next phase because, like, it's only bad because warriors are uncontested and there's like 7 of us squabbling over leather scraps. But once hunters and shamans piss off to male, ferals and rogues will be happy. They'll be happy because they're on male, and a warrior will never want male anymore, unless it's like, you never know, Fury Warrior and Classic, they might still be taking leather at level 60.
I was just gonna say,
but I'm sure they're probably gonna account for that. Like, they won't make Warrior bits be leather bits now that they're just giving us new items, or at least that's my hope.
Overall, it does really feel like it's going to be a bit of a phase 1 issue, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, someone said it earlier.
If you do that, you don't. Because like, if let's say they didn't put the male pieces in, they just changed the male pieces to leather pieces, then you still have like rogues going, what the fuck's this warrior rolling on his leather for? Do you know what I mean? So it's like giving it like making the loot more attractive to more an audience, like making it more competitive, actually kind of causes more problems in the looting rather than, you know, like items that are like specific drops.
Hey, mind you, I see plenty of Browntown rolling on leather, even though they have uncontested mail that could drop later.
Really, I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah, well, like I said,
come raid with us. We don't let that shit happen.
I've almost only exclusively pugged because I'm still trying to fit in my Wrath raids.
Well, what else can you give us? The tales from the pugs. What's happening on the dark side there?
I've had to give out just faps and shadow pots for free because they're just like, they won't even pay. And I'm like, for the love of Christ, just fucking eat this pot so you're not a dead shit. There's just, I don't know, people are just useless. I did a pug this morning. I really thought, how long has it been out for? Like a month and a bit. Probably that's 10 BFDs in. Still wiped 4 times this morning on Akamai. Half the raid still stands in a breath out here in the pug world.
Had they been there before?
Yeah, they said that they were, and they were just hunters, and they're like, I can't come closer to shoot my bow. I'm like, you can. You're shooting from 40 yards. It's a lot harder to move out of the breath at that range than if you're shooting from minimum range. But yeah,
that's a hunter.
So
they're playing hunter, right?
No, you're right. Go, Craig.
I've been pugging since the release, and I mean, the first couple weeks was pretty rough. We was getting like a lot of 5 out of 7 kills on the bosses, but I mean, ever since, I haven't had any issues on my server. Every time we pug, we clear 7 out of 7, like an hour and a half.
Well, yeah, I've got the bias goggles. I have done 2 guild runs, and we do it in like 28 minutes, and then I go pug, and it takes an hour and 10. We wipe twice. They don't use consumes. You're doing more DPS than the bottom 3 combined, and you're just there going, "Fuck me."
But you're still knocking it over, right? Because I like I say, I keep using the UBRS equivalent because I think it's a good equivalent. But like, yeah, you know, you do UBRS with randos, usually it's going to take a little bit longer. There might be a stupid wipe or something, but you'll get it done. I mean, are you still running into pugs that literally are hard stuck?
No. Like, you always do 7 of 7 clear, but I guess it's just that classic annoyance of like, you're just burning consumes that you ordinarily wouldn't have to. You lose your world buff. You're like, oh, that's nice, and it's just like if you go to 4 guild runs, you'll reboon the same buff 4 times and get 4 clears out of it. But if you go to a pug, you're like, we might lose this to the Murloc boss because people still stand in missiles 5 times in a row. So
fair enough. Hey guys, let's review the loot just a little bit, because I think it's rather important moving forward into the next phases to have this discussion. Because a lot of people are saying, look, you know, whilst this loot feels phenomenal, you know, the fucking 2-hander epic and all this shit, people have pointed out a couple of weeks ago now that, like, this is the equivalent to some of the gear that we get much later in the game. And if this is the kind of power creep we're seeing now, how bonkers are things going to get in phase 2 and phase 3 and whatnot? It's not been a huge cause of concern for me, but I feel like it is discussion worthy. You know, what do you guys make of the items that do drop in this raid, and, you know, with more focus perhaps on, you know, what Kelris and what Akamai drop? Do you think it was a good call, or, you know, because the devs came out and said we don't want to nullify something like fucking Hurricane Axe, whatever the fuck it's called. You know, right. So do you think they've done a good job in that department, or maybe got a little bit cheeky with a bit of early power creep?
I honestly think it's in a really good spot. I mean, at the beginning I was like, no, this gear is way overpowered. This is the dumbest thing ever. But then when you start comparing the blues from the raid to the BOE level 25 gear that you can get if you're farming RFK. RFK? Yeah, RFK. It's very on par. Like, it isn't that ridiculous. Like, if you compare the Mantle of Thieves that are selling for like 200 gold or whatever, the BOE trash drop out of RFK, and you compare that to the shoulders that drop, the leather shoulders that drop from Akamai, they're very on par. Like, they're very comparable. There's, you know, very little difference between them, to the point where I think Mantle of Thieves is actually better for DPS. So in that way, I think they've kind of landed it in a pretty good spot. There's some gear in there that is definitely better than other pieces, but I think overall it's pretty good. And when I think about the epic sword, you know, the epic crossbow, compared to other epics that you can get during the game, like the pair of daggers, the hurricane bow, stuff like that, it doesn't seem so OP. The caster gear is where where the real power creep is showing. But I think that's mainly because casters never had any power creep at all in Original Classic. It was all about sustainability. It was all, you can cast more spells for longer now, but they never did more damage. Whereas now that we're seeing more spell power gear and, you know, spell power set pieces and stuff like that, it's allowing the casters to actually increase their numbers, not just have numbers for longer. So I think casters are where the power creep is actually the most obvious, even though they tend to be, you know, the longest suffering out of all of the DPS.
Yeah, fair enough. I said Hurricane Axe when I meant Whirlwind Axe.
Yeah, Whirlwind. Yep.
Zim, you got to call me out on this shit when I say fucking stupid stuff like that after being a host of a podcast for years.
I mean, you play a warrior, so yes, you knew what you're saying.
Dog brain is real.
I can't think straight today. Yeah, go for it, mate.
Contributing factor to people worrying about the power creep is that we're just time locked here and you're getting slotted. Like Porkrot was just saying, gear as good as what we're getting existed. It's just you never sat at 25 for 8 weeks hunting it all down for every single slot. The exceptions probably being a trinket, the helmet, and the weapons are slightly better than what you would have ordinarily have found even with the best vanilla weapon available for this level. But not even that much better. It's just that you're stuck here and you can collect it all. Ordinarily, you'd be level 40 by now and you'd still be wearing level 25 greens that you got from a quest. It's just that you're stuck here and you are collecting blues in every slot that is making us feel so strong. And it's just going to happen again at 40. Like, I see people speculating about the loot to come, and I haven't even checked if Herod's shoulder's much better than Biss now or what the deal is. But the same shit will just happen. The level 40 raid will have an item for every single slot like this one does, and you'll just farm it for 10 weeks and get a new whole armor set of blues.
I would argue that the the scaling issue for casters, if that's what people are concerned about with spell power, is kind of a moot point, because most of the damage gain is not necessarily from the spell power that we get. It's from the spell rank. Like, I think one spell can go and add 100 damage per cast, going from, I don't know, rank 5 to rank 6. That's going to be way more impactful over the course of your entire raid than getting an extra 5 spell power.
Oh, totally agree. I've got no issue. Like, I like casters getting better gear. I think it's completely, important, because Melee always have had such a leg up in that aspect. I've got no issues with the casters getting, power creep, because they need it. And you're 100% right. Spell rank is an absolute, it completely holds casters back, but that's why their rune gear, rune slot spells is so much more powerful, purely because they level as you level, opposed to
100%. It's why if you were to predict which caster is going to do well and which caster is going to do poorly, I would just look at what spells come available at level 40.
At which level, yeah.
If they're like your main damage ability and they upgrade at level 40, awesome. You're probably going to pump in the next bracket. But if you're unlucky and it levels up at 32 and then doesn't level up again until 42, then you're probably going to be on the weaker side of things.
100%.
Yeah, I'd sort of measure it along the sides of, is there anything with this new equipment that he can do that he otherwise couldn't? And the list is really short. I mean, a mage could AoE farm without the spell damage, just as well. They just have more int than damage. And I don't know, a warrior with the two-hander, can he do anything he couldn't have done any other way? Not really. Sure, he might level 5% quicker once bracket opens, but it doesn't really change anything about how we play. And, it's short term.
Totally agree.
Very good, very
I would
good.
agree too. I would say the Fist of the Wild for druids, that is the first weapon now that has feral attack power, before the either AQ or the one off of the Nightmare Dragons.
Yep.
And that's definitely going to be a quality of life changer. I don't think it's by any means broken, but I think it is something that myself being a Kitty Druid main, that's a huge win for me, because it was very unremarkable to have a stat stick as your actual hitting things weapon. A hunter, I understand your melee weapon a lot of the time was a stat stick, but as a druid, you're like everything. Everything here
at least,
is a stat
at least
stick.
their bow was useful, or gun or crossbow.
Yeah. No, I definitely agree. I think the feral attack power weapon this early on is quite interesting. I'm like, so I
drop.
Yeah, you're not wrong. So I'm feral tank maining at the moment. I moved on from my melee hunter because I missed playing feral tank too much, and I'm in the same boat where I'm hunting that two-hander. But I am also thinking forward to the manual crowd pummeler now. Now that they've it's kind of known that they're changing it.
Use.
Yeah, exactly. They've changed it, but part of me is now wondering. Well, looking forward to the fact that our weapon is going to matter more. Like, even if we have the crowd pummeler and we use it, the minute we've used the one charge and it's on cooldown, we should be swapping to a different weapon, probably one with feral attack power on it, to continue our rotation after the cooldown, after we've implemented the cooldown on the crowd pummeler. So our weapons are actually going to become more useful than just always having crowd pummeler in hand, which I think is interesting, because I'm fucking sick of that weapon.
Just on that, Porkrot, we'll go down a really, really quick druid tangent just while I've got you talking about it. Mate, it's funny because you reminded me, I want to talk about druid tanking, but also on the manual crowd pummeler, automatic crowd pummeler thing, you got me laughing and thinking about our conversation the other night where we were talking in the guild before a raid, and I said to the boys, mate, boys, fucking mark it down. Here's the prediction from old Countdown. I reckon we're getting an item called Automatic Crowd Pummeler, and it will be the fucking bee's knees for druids, and there won't be charges, and it'll be great. And you've gone, dickhead, it's already in the game. It's been data mined. Now, I didn't tell you this at the time, and I was like, oh, have they already done it? Oh, okay, well, there you go. My prediction was spot on. But I said this a couple of weeks ago as well, but also, like, the reason I didn't know, and you guys were giving me stick, and rightfully so, for being like, mate, don't you run a fucking podcast? You should know this shit. That's the one thing I haven't checked, because I gave it to Wowhead going like, I don't want to see every item in the upcoming raids. Like, I just think, I don't begrudge people for looking, but like, personally, I'm not going to look, because I want some element of surprise. Yeah, exactly. So like, I haven't looked at fucking anything that drops in Gnomeregan. I've got no idea. So when you said it's a thing, I was like, what? Wait, really? So I'm glad that will be an issue that's somewhat taken care of. You could sort of see that one coming from a mile away. But anyway, back to Druid tanking. Mate, is it in as bad a spot as people are making it out to be in phase 1? People are like going, don't even bother with a Druid tank.
I honestly, I'm thoroughly enjoying it. I am a long-term sufferer of Druid tanking. I was doing it in Classic, up until SoD came out. I was tanking Nax as a Druid tank. It's definitely easier in SoD than it was in Classic. So for me, I'm like, oh, this is all bonuses. I've seen a lot of people complaining about it though. There's a real balancing act between knowing when to spend your rage and when not to. The same as with Shamans. You can't just fucking spam abilities because you'll be the whole time. Everything looks like a bad tank when you compare it to a Shaman tank, though. I don't know about Paladins. I don't play on that side of the scale, but the Shaman's threat generation at the moment is so untouchable. Like, if I tank alongside a Shaman tank, he'll pull off me non-stop. There's nothing I can do about it.
Same with Warrior.
If I tank alongside a Warrior, it's fine. If I tank alongside a, whatever else, no issues at all. It's kind of weird that they changed Feral Tank in the way they did. Everyone used to laugh at Feral Tanks and be like, oh, your 2-button rotation, congratulations, just swipe and maul all day. That sounds pretty boring. Now I just lacerate all day because it has the highest threat per rage spend. It's a stacking ability. It does 100% of my damage on a press, which means it crits for about 150, 200 when it crits. It doesn't eat my auto attack, which Maul does, which means you're not generating as much rage. So Lacerate is just a better ability than everything else. So I just spam Lacerate. The only boss that in BFD that's problematic is the first one because you can't make a water blob bleed, so you have to use Mangle, which sucks for threat. So yeah, all in all, tanking with it is pretty easy. I generate fairly high threat, but if you compare anything to a Shaman, everything looks like shit. They are just untouchable.
Yeah, I agree. We'll get there. Trust me, I've got a lot to say about Shaman tanking now that I've tasted
as someone who's tanked as a Warrior and a Shaman, I'm sure you do.
Yeah. No, just one little quick story before we keep going on the final point about BFD and the lock. Get your minds thinking about your preferences for lockouts and raid numbers, boys, because we'll go to that topic next. The reason I ask, Pork, is it's such a stupid thing, and I know what you're going to say when I tell you this story, but like, let me start this story by saying the following, and everyone knows this, I don't need to tell you. I'm a piece of shit. I'm a massive, massive piece of shit. If Hunk were here, he'd be laughing at me right now because he knows exactly where I'm going with this. Like, I get into fights with so many people in this game. It's obnoxious. I'm like there's a term in like amongst first responders that's about being like a shit magnet, right? Like, I am absolutely a wow shit magnet. Like, just the dickheads and cunts find me, and my problem is I can't help but bite back. I always say something when against my better judgment, where it's like, just leave it, they're just an idiot, just don't say anything. I always fucking say something, and I get in these stupid nerd fights, and I fucking hate myself for it. And I joked the other week on the show, I'm breaking social contracts left, right, and center, calling people cunts and fuckwits and blah blah blah. Like, I'm the worst person in the world, which is ironic that I run this podcast. But anyway, it's usually for good reason, and I'll tell you this story. So I'm leveling my fucking, I don't even remember what character now. And we're doing an RFC the other day. And everyone in this fucking group is level 12, right? And we're waiting on a tank. There's 4 of us. We're all level 12. We're waiting on a tank. 10 minutes go by, and this guy is, the group leader's still trying to get a tank. We're all kind of advertising like, tank, any tanks around. And 2 of the people in the group are a druid. And after like 10 minutes, exasperated, I just go, hey guys, like, I didn't say this in a bad way. I just go, guys, we've got 2 druids. Do you reckon one of you could pop into bear form and we'll just have one of you tank, and then we can just advertise for a DPS player? Like, I know you all know where this story is going. Tale as old as time, blah, blah, blah. Of course, the response is, no, we'll just get a tank, you know, whatever. Okay, fine. 5 minutes later, we get a tank. 16 Shaman. Great, okay. Reminder, it's fucking RFC, the beginner dungeon of the game. You barely call it a dungeon. It is the easiest piece of shit in the world. So we go in, we're doing RFC, and this group leader who, you know, refused to yield, he said, oh, sorry, I forgot to tell you what he said. He goes, no, druid tanking is fucked. With these DPS runes, I will hold no threat against any of you, so I am not tanking as a druid, right? He goes, it's undoable. And I was going to bite back at that comment, and I was like, don't say anything. You've got to get this RFC done. Just fucking whatever, okay? So we jump in with Captain doesn't want to tank. And the Shaman gets through it. He's doing great. He's a new tank. He's a new Shaman. He's doing, as a Shaman tank, I'm watching him going, he's doing all the stuff he's supposed to be doing. He's probably blowing his mana, his water a bit too much on his mana, and he's drinking all the time. But so what? I'm not going to rush the guy. Whatever. It fucking happens. And halfway through the dungeon, this druid's like, oh, mate, yeah, you probably want to get yourself a dagger. Hey, a reminder, it's RFC. You probably want to go and get yourself a dagger, mate. It's much better for tanking. Oh, yeah, okay, boss, whatever. Yeah, on that pull, mate, you probably want to earth shock there. Again, he's got no threat issues whatsoever. And I just fucking cracked, and we're 3/4 of the way through the dungeon, and I've just gone, listen, you fucking didn't want to tank. You had your chance. You said no. And now all you've done through this dungeon run is fucking tell this tank how to tank when you didn't want to do it yourself. And he's doing a perfectly fine job. Shut the fuck up. What do you think happened next?
You get kicked from the group?
100% I got kicked from the group. And fucking I just gave it to this cunt. And all the other guys in the group whispered me and were like, he's a clown, sorry about that. And I'm just like, fucking WoW players, enjoy. But yeah, that's tale as old as time. I have no time for the and I'm sorry if this offends people, I have no time for the shitheads who play a class that can tank, and in a pinch with easy content, they won't do it themselves. And then proceed to tell other people how to do it.
I feel like it's very obvious why you play tanks now, Josh, because the only people who get to mouth off like that in dungeons are the tank.
Oh.
I was on the opposite end of that, where we needed a tank, and I was playing my druid, and I said, you're going to regret it. I'll do it if we can't find one. And sure as shit, it was a Stockades run, and it went just absolutely horrible. I mean, I have no threat. Everything's running all over the place because I'm not spec'd correctly. I'm just, I was using Sunfire and trying to dot everything to keep threat and couldn't. And I think we died. One of the ads fleed and then pulled the boss, and then somebody ran out, which leashed the whole dungeon. And then you get that, like you say, fuckwit that starts going off on me. And I'm like, hey, asshole. I did this so that you could come in here. You asked me to do it. I told you from the start, I'm not good at it. I would do it if we needed me to do it. and then the group disbanded. But I ended up making friends with one of the people in the group, and we put it back together, and we cleared it on the second try.
Oh, well, that's good. That's good. But yeah, I just wanted to rant about that. Fucking that's what got me thinking about the Druid tanking thing, where I'm like, I doubted this guy was right, but he was fully in on the like, don't ever tank as a Druid in phase 1, even in RFC. And I was like, oh, mate.
The hard thing with Druid tanking is that the next 5 points we get between 26 and 30, that's really where Druid tanking starts to come online. And then when you get up toward 40, that's when you pretty much have the entire kit. And I'm really excited for next phase because I might actually, don't quote me on this, but I may switch from kitty to bear. But I am enjoying the hell out of cat form right now, so I can't promise my guild that I will be tanking for them in the next phase.
Dude, cat form actually feels like a complete spec now. Now that
it really is fun.
Savage Roar, it actually feels like a playable spec. But back on feral tanking, if you have Lacerate, there's no reason that you can't tank. Wind Fury on your chest rune is just gravy, right? Like, everything that was wrong with Druid tanking from a Horde perspective back in the day has all been corrected. Like, we get Wind Fury now. And Wind Fury means more auto hits. So if you're spec'd into Omen of Clarity, you now have more chances to proc Omen because you have Wind Fury. Not to mention the fact that you're no longer using Maul because it's a waste of rage. You use Lacerate, which means you now have an ability that you're spamming all the time, which is giving you more chances to proc Omen of Clarity for more free.
Yeah, I have the epic gloves too for the attack speed.
I got them as well. Yeah, 100%. So you're basically just spamming, hoping for procs and hoping for Wind Fury procs and Omen procs and procs on procs. Like, feral tanking now is definitely more doable than it's ever been. I just think it's one of those things that tanking as a bear is it's a weird thing to try and do. And unless you're going to do research on it and learn how to do it, you will struggle. It's not something you can kind of just have a crack at. And yeah, using Sunfire as bear, like, it's so fucking rage intensive. What is it, 20 rage or something?
20 rage,
yeah. Where Lacerate's 10.
Wow.
And yeah, Lacerate puts a bleed on, which is, like, I've found as a feral tank, I'll charge into one mob, I'll put 3 Lacerates on it, and then I'll pull the next mob, let the DPS finish that one. And because
it dies from the
holding
bleeds on it.
Exactly, but it remains aggroed at you because of the bleeds. Then you can stack 3 bleeds on the next mob, and when the melee get to that one, you then grab the next one. So, like, big pulls aren't your gravy as a Druid tank. It's more like continuing to move to the next mob before the DPS do, so you can get thread on it and then grab the next one and get thread on that, while the DPS kind of just chase you, is the only way I've found to maintainably tank a dungeon as feral.
Very good. Hey, Ubiquitous, what are the odds paying on that bloke I was bitching about being a listener of the podcast?
Probably pretty high. Maybe he's got a vendetta for you since you said that.
Yeah, he'll come for me now. Oh, I'm fucked. I'm so fucked. All right, guys, let's get to the big question. Oh my God, Rune, you bitch, get in here. Come on, have a chat. Love you. How are you? Fucking, let's talk about raid size and lockout times. This is a really interesting one for me, where I think a lot of love has come pouring in for the 3-day lockout and the 10-man raid size. I agree with that love. I think this has been a very heavy contributing factor for the overall success of Phase 1 of Season of Discovery. And I personally would be shocked if anything changed before level 60. Now, a lot of people are guessing, hey, level 40, level 50, maybe they'll introduce a 20-man raid. Maybe, fucking this, that, and the other. You can chop and change a million things. But I just have a genuine, if it ain't broke, do you fix it kind of vibe about this. I would love to hear from you guys on it. Who wants to jump in first?
I'll jump in if you want.
Go for it, mate. Actually, wait, just before you get started.
Yeah.
Rue, hello.
Hi, Josh, longtime listener, first time caller.
Fuck off. How are you?
I'm good. I'm actually about to raid, but I saw you were on here and I was like, I'm going to go be creepy and see what's going on.
Yeah. Hey, absolutely. I'll let you kick off and then we'll throw it to Pork. 10 man raids, 3-day lockouts. What do you reckon so far?
I love it. It's super casual, like compared to Classic. I mean, granted, it's not COVID anymore, so like our whole lives aren't Classic, like knock on wood. But when I think about how it was with like gathering world buffs and getting griefed and blah blah blah, like this is so much nicer to just like hop on, knock it out in an hour, have fun with your friends, and then go on with your merry little life. So I'm really into it. I think it's cool. I think it could get a little more dicey when people get to like end game, like when we're 60 and shit. I feel like there's always people that ruin it when it gets to that. But right now, I think it's great.
Very good. Very good. Guild's still going strong. Everybody's happy.
Yeah, we're having a great time over in Countdown. Feel free to join us if you would like to. We're on the RP
maybe a server
server
transfer later down the track. We'll see how we go. Any quick shout outs before I throw it back to Pork?
Oh, you know what? Rune was pretty upset I didn't shout him out last time. So shout out to Rune. He's the best. Love him.
Can't leave the husband off the shout out list. Come on.
I know he does. He's like, you shouted out everyone but me. And I'm like, you know what? My bad. Like, thought it was implied.
The implied. So, yeah. It was the implication. Exactly.
Yeah, we've been having a good time. I'm a rogue this time around. So
good stuff.
Being sneaky is super fun. Very into it. So, but yeah, I'll let you get back to talking to the people who know what they're talking about.
No, how dare you? Thank you so much for dropping in. I'm sorry to drag you in like that.
Anytime.
Thank you. Pork, mate. Sorry, you were saying. You still yep.
Yeah, okay. So I enjoy the 10-man raid thing. It does feel very casual and I don't know if I like that. Part of me's not knowing what they're going to do at level 60 is where where my concern with it comes in. If they're going to keep 40-man raid size at level 60, I think stepping up to a 20-man raid comp, at level 40 and level 50 is probably a good idea to get people used to a larger raid, because going from a 10-man to a 40-man is pretty rough.
That is true. That is true.
Particularly for guild management, that would be, oh my god.
Well, yeah, we're pushing 4 raid teams this week, so we're at 40 members now, which I like, and we're getting pretty close to the 5th. So I'm already thinking of that and like trying to pre-plan that that jump, but there's a big difference between 10s and 40s. Like, we have 8 tanks on our roster and 8 healers on our roster for 4 10-man groups, and that's great. But when you hit a 40-man raid, having 8 tanks and 8 healers is now too much. And if those people are set on playing tanks, it kind of sucks to take that away from them.
Mm-hmm. Another aspect about the raid sizes is, especially at the beginning of this this phase, but a 10-man raid invites fixed roles, as in fixed positions. Let's say, because pugs think they need to optimize everything, it has to be a shaman tanks, then we definitely need a heal priest, and then definitely need a feral. That's already 3 positions that are like fixed to
need a hunt for kings.
Yeah, exactly. So the fewer people you have, the more of these fixed roles you have, or let's say you have the same amount of fixed roles in a 15-man or 20-man raid. And that invites, to just, okay, fine, then we'll just take 4 warlocks. Who cares?
Yep. No, I definitely agree with that. Yeah, from group composition point of view as well, the smaller the team, the more fixed the teams, because of what you've just said, but also because, like, for instance, if Josh and Hunk and Swan and Tyr all sign up, I try and put the 4 of them in the team together. I know they like raiding together. I know that they're a close-knit group. So it's like, okay, those 4 go in a group together. Now I need to make sure that I put well, Swan's a hunter, so that covers that role, but, we don't have a druid in that group, so I want to get a Wind Fury in there, so I'll grab a feral from here and stick him in there. So the teams become very preset. There's very little room for kind of just, we've got 3 extra, like you said, Warlocks, why not just chuck them in that team? Well, because that now takes away from vital roles that need to be filled, or vital, buffs that need to be given. So
on the other hand, everybody's rushing through BFD, so there are very few vital roles, just perceived vital roles, right?
Yeah.
Just to be clear, I don't like raiding with Hunk. I do it ironically.
Well, that's all right. Then I'm taking him. Fuck it, he's coming to me.
No, but on just for a counterpoint on that one, Pork, I don't get me wrong. I'm picking up a lot of what you're putting down, but just to push you a little bit, would the counter of, but if you raise the number to 20 in, let's say, a phase 2 or a phase 3, doesn't that sort of elevation in seriousness, if you will, purely by raising the number of people in the raid, contrast against the vibe of Season of Casuals or Season of Dads that they're kind of going for, particularly pre-60?
Yeah, I enjoy the casualness of the 10-man, right? Like, all of my characters raiding guild runs anyway now, especially because we're running the alt runs now as well. So my druid is in alt runs, my hunter's in mains runs, that's fine. If I had 3 or 4 25s and I needed to be running pugs, I would be, kissing the ground that we have 10-mans and not 40-mans, because pugging a 40-man is always so much worse. But being that everything I do is within the guild, it would be nice to be able to put more guildies in a big group together so they can, have fun together. And if the content difficulty is the same as it is, the more people you have, the easier it is to cover for people whose gear or skill level isn't high as others. For instance, like, if you have that, what do you call them? What's the lightning shaman? Elemental. Mm-hmm. If you have an elemental shaman in a 10-man group, you need to have someone who's absolutely pumping to level them both out to a normal amount of DPS, right? Because elemental shaman at the moment is basically a joke. Whereas if you've got 20 men, it's much easier to cover the meme specs, and I hate using that term in Season of Discovery because they've done their best to basically iron out meme specs to non-existence. But if you have people who aren't playing optimally, it's much easier to hide that in a larger raid team than a smaller raid team. So
I've got to hide my warrior DPS somewhere.
I never like.
Hey, whoa.
I will never tell someone they can't play what they want to play. If someone wants to come as an elemental shaman, fuck yeah, bring your elemental shaman. I will stick you in the group with the biggest pumping rogue or druid or warrior that I can find to balance everything out. Everything will be fine. Play what you want to play, because that's what's important. But yeah, it's much easier to hide those, those indiscretions.
Let me
let
me throw it around. And sorry, that joke was purely a me driving a warrior joke. I know warriors are fucking pumping.
Yeah.
This is me not knowing how to play warrior DPS. I'm doing the same damage as the tanks, if not less. I'm a chicken with its head cut off when I do anything but tank on my warrior. I fucking hate this class when I'm not tanking on it. It's fucked. Even though it has all the ability in the world, I just can't work it out, and thus I am the fuckwit, trust me, before all you warriors scream at me. But let me spread the love around a bit, guys. Wonder, I might throw this to you. Look, it's a fair point that Pork raises as well, even though we didn't dive into this one as hard. But, like, there are a lot of guilds out there that could, absolutely say, look, there's fucking 100 people in this guild and I've only played with 9 of them. Like, I want bigger raids so I can play with more of these guys and get to know them. Do you think that's a valid argument?
I think it's the biggest concern I have with 10-man raiding. It's very easy to get pigeonholed into a group. And when I used to organize far out, like 8, 10-man raids coming out of Classic into TBC, it was very easy for teams to become pigeonholed with, I want to raid with X person because we're mates, and oh, I don't really want to raid with so and so if I don't have to. So, you try and manage these sorts of little cliques that can emerge. And that only happens in a 10-man environment or when you're trying to facilitate 10-man raids. In 20-man raids, that sort of conversation disappears because people can still have their little groups. They might make a in-game channel, slash your guild name and, I don't know, all hunters or whatever it might be. And you can still chat together, have fun. But to my mind, everything that you want to do is encourage more communication between your guild as much as possible. So for the guild that I'm in, I think I have not raided with the same group of guys every week. It's been a deliberate effort to try and move people around, and that's kind of been a little frustrating with some of the gearing. Like you'd think, oh well, if I go with the group I was with last week, I'm a certainty for a piece of gear because everybody else has it. I don't, and then the next week you're with a complete new guy who's fresh, and you go, oh shit, well hold on, now I'm competing for this piece of loot again. So that's, I mean, I'm not necessarily a massive loot whore in that regard, but little frustrations like that can become annoying after a long period of time.
Fair enough.
And I would be concerned about seeing the same thing happen at the level 40 bracket, at the level 50 bracket. And I think Pork's point, being concerned about having too many tanks or too many healers is one that should not be discounted, because the biggest challenge that a lot of people say is organizing a 40-man raid. It's not the 40-man raid itself. And I would be fearful for all the guilds that have, people expecting to tank and then, oh, sorry, well, the GM wants to tank, so he's tanking. Bye-bye.
Let me, Sig, Zim, Tariak, Ubiquitous, look alive, boys, because I'll throw these ones your way. I just want to say that here's my hottest of, well, not my hottest of hot takes. They do get spicier, but here's one of my shit takes that a lot of people will disagree with. I get funny when we talk about the bonds that we tie together socially in 20 plus people raids. And when we do talk about like, oh, I want to get to know more of the crew and hear more voices and fucking, get to know Johnny and Timmy and Sally and all that shit. I've said for a while now, fuck this, give it to me, boys. Just fucking give it to me and tell me I'm wrong on this one, even though I don't think I'm wrong. I've always said that the second you increase the raid size beyond 10, all these thoughts that it magically unlocks more voices getting out there and more friends being made and everything. I just disagree, because I'm like, a voice channel is only so big in a raid. It's like we're all crammed on a bus and there's only so much room to move. I don't find that all of a sudden in a 40-man raid, 40 people start going, finally I can let my wings spread and fly like the bird I was, meant to fucking fly like, and talk and joke and gasbag with everyone. You still get the same fucking 6 or 7 voices talking, and even if it's not the same voices, it's still only 6 or 7 people talking in these like 20-man raids or whatever. Maybe look, people can tell me I'm wrong, but I'm like, it's not like everyone there is gasbagging. So I sort of do reject the theory that now it's this massive house party and everyone's having a blast. I don't get a different social vibe from a 10-man to a 20-man to a 40-man, but absolutely call me crazy. Sig?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, actually. I prefer the more smaller, more like, intimate group than the 40 people. Even to that point where you're saying, you always hear the same voices. My guild runs, I don't know, 6-7 runs a week between like alts characters, that new people coming in. And I think I've probably talked to maybe 6 people. So, like, I I don't know. I always end up talking to those people who do talk. I don't know. I like the smaller group.
But just Zim, I'll throw it to you. I mean, obviously, just the logistics. If you can't have 40 people all talking at the one time at a house party in Rage, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, no, I totally understand, and I agree with you. I do think it's around like there's if you're in a raid of 20 or plus more or whatever, there's usually generally your raid leaders and then the officers or the tanks are the only ones talking, unless there's a healing intensive boss or some type of melee call out or melee leader or something like that. It's generally going to be the raid leaders that are talking. Otherwise, it's everybody else is kind of just listening, waiting for their cues and such like that. But no, after raid, it gives people the opportunity to kind of split off and do 5-mans with each other, kind of build the community within the guild and do stuff like that. I mean, we see that all the time in PUP. Like, that's one thing they've done is like the 5-mans, they have their different channels, their coalitions and stuff like that. It just allows them to build that community, and it allows you to meet other people, as some of the other callers in here have been saying.
Now, I mean, I'll get in before the comments on the YouTube page say like, oh, Zim, your fucking guild sounds like a group of fucksticks. My guild, everyone gets to talk, and as if only the guild leader and the officers get to talk in your raid. What a fucking joke. But I hear what you're saying. It's like, it's not like people don't joke around, but the bulk of the conversation, whether you're in a serious guild or not, is generally in a raid environment. You're going to hear a lot of talk from the raid leader and the officers saying, this is what's happening next. We'll go over here. We'll do that. Don't get me wrong. There's fun and games in between that, but they still dominate the conversation more often than not. I do agree with you. Tariak, mate, somebody here has to call me a fuckwit. And if it's going to be anyone, it's got to be you, mate.
Yeah, because like I said, I don't know, maybe because I'm Paladin and I've watched too much Kingdom of Heaven, but seeing the 40-man with the boys, do you know what I mean? Like, marching across Dustwallow Marsh, do you know what I mean? Like, pseudo, like, you're on the way to do PvE, but you have to clear the way, and you're like, yeah, you have your officers and all this shit, but it's like, each kind of, like, group has its own kind of, like, kind of head man or whatever shit, and they're making the call-outs, all that kind of shit. Just telling the melee to get the fuck in the alley and blow their sappers and all that shit to clear the way. It just hits different, do you know what I mean? Because it's like it's a full kind of 40-man, all that kind of shit.
But my point, just to jump in though, mate. But my point, as much as your movie scene is phenomenal and it looks great, in picture. I'm getting to the audio and social side of things. My argument is in your brilliant fucking, war scene in your movie you're making, 25 of those 40 cunts are in a silent picture.
Yeah, but like if you get the whole kind of like thing of like the warriors, like that's what they're supposed to do. Shut the fuck up. No, like jokes aside, there is that whole thing of like, yeah, it can be like very chaotic and like especially if you're talking about like a 40-man pug. Oh Jesus. RDF kind of tells us all we need to know about that. But yeah, like I said, just kind of like certain kind of things within the raid as well. Like Four Horsemen, for example, is a typical example where, like you compare like Wrath the Lich King to that. It's like, yeah, you just stick like 2 healers at the back and it's kind of like a joke on Wrath the Lich King. Whereas like in vanilla, it's no, you need like at least 6 geared tanks, and it's like a whole kind of cumulative effort to make sure that it's not just we're just like solo tanking and all that kind of thing, which is what you generally get from 10-mans, where it's just straight up switches to like okay, let's try and solo tank this as much as possible, which you're already kind of seeing with like Paladin's been able to bubble off the debuff. You're already kind of starting to see that happen, at least for us, where like we're up to like 4 tanks, like 20 people, but even with that, it's like we like only really need 2 tanks for the 2 groups. Whereas at least with 20-mans, you're kind of like there's a lot more. Like if you think of like ZG. Like you pretty much need 2 tanks for the whole thing. But that's why I had tried the dynamic. Just because you're increasing the raid side doesn't mean that you're increasing the intensity. Because like ZG would be probably more difficult, you'd say, on a numbers point of view, just like strict numbers and like mechanics compared to Molten Core, even though it's a 40-man versus 20-man. So it's like there's always that kind of like balancing wheel to it. But like I said, I'm kind of all for that whole kind of the huge fucking like crusade and all that kind of shit. It's like with the boys and all that. But like I said, it's kind of Easter on.
Don't get me wrong, by the way, and I'm more pointing this comment to Pig in chat, our friend I Touch Pigs. Mate, don't get me wrong. This is not, sorry if I've not done a very good job clarifying this. This is not me rallying against the concept of 40-man raiding. I am all for a 40-man raid in Season of Discovery. I have nothing against 40-man raiding. I think they look phenomenal. They feel fun to be a part of. You know, if it's a thing, I'm not going to complain. So don't get me all fucked up in that regard. My point that I'm weirdly making here is that people say that the social impact of a 40-man raid is infinitely greater than whatever social reward you would draw from a 10-man raid. That's the point I rally against rather hard, saying it's actually pretty much the same thing.
Are you saying, Josh, that in your 40-man raid, you don't whisper somebody else in the raid and talk through the raid or talk after the raid? I think it's a little different if you were to just focus on, say, a comms call in a raid. But there are so many other forms of communication that could be taking place.
No, that's true. Yeah, the odd cheeky whisper.
Say, one of my memories of Classic was obviously you've got your party chat, and because buffs are party wide, you'd be with the same 4 guys in party, and you'd message in there a lot. And we even had sub text channels set up with like the password to enter or whatever, and you just had the Melee Brotherhood Union of Zug Town, where you could just, because we're all in there and the casters fuck up their mechanic, you're all just typing in that channel going, look at these dumbass casters. Why don't they just being a warrior and zugging the boss down and ignoring mechanics like us? And you've got all these little sub-social channels. And it just depends on the guild. Like some runs, if we were to go do Molten Core, fucking all 40 people can do karaoke for all we care. It's not going to make us wipe. But if you're in a more casual guild where you do need 3 or 4 people to tell people don't stand in fire, then I can see a point of like barely anyone actually talks. But yeah, there is the party chat, and when you do raid with them for the whole game, because you know it's your 3 warriors, a rogue, and a enhancement shaman or whatever it was back then, you are hanging out with the same 5 guys every week, plus your sub channels beyond that.
This is my fault. I've dragged us off on a tangent about communication and the social side of things, as opposed to whether or not you guys think we should get larger raids moving forward. So I'll pull it back onto that point. And Pig, I'll come back to your comment because, mate, I'm on board with you. And I hope this is what you're saying. I think I'm getting this right. And I'd love to ask the guys this question. I would love, call me a fuckwit for saying this. I don't know. I would love for options. If it's 60, they go, right, you can do the 10, 20, 40-man version of this raid. Whatever. That sounds great, cool, whatever. I don't care. I am very flexible in regards to my wants and desires in terms of raid size in Season of Discovery. I'm easy. How do you guys feel about it?
I like that idea in some respects. I think as long as you scale the drop quantity to the group size, that's great. I don't really necessarily believe you should change the quality of the drops, but it would incentivize larger groups for if you're seeking out one of those rarer items. If just let's hypothetically say you could do a 25-man BFD and you really want the crossbow, then you bring 25 guys in, and all of a sudden instead of dropping 2 items, Akumai drops 5 items. Well, that's that many more opportunities to see those deeper parts of the loot table, and I think that would be a benefit. At the same time, it does feel kind of wrathy, which I'm not a huge fan of that in that respect. It just, I guess, depends on how they unveil it, if they were to do such a thing.
I think what you said there was like hit the nail on the head. Quantity of drops, not quality of drops. If you can do it as both a 20 and a 40, you should get, like, instead of getting 2 items for doing it at the 20, you should get 5 items for doing it as 40. It needs to scale more than just double. It needs to be a serious incentive to drag 40 fucking people together.
Massive.
But also, I don't want to see, the 40-man version, the 20-man version, the 10-man version of loot, because all that does is lets the devs be way too lazy with saying, oh, look how many different versions of loot are in the game. No, it's all the same thing. You just ran it through a calculation to reduce the quality of the item by point whatever percentage that you decided to reduce
I
it by, which is
1,000,000,000% agree with that. And it's so funny, Pork. This is actually an argument I made going into SOM, of all things. I was crying out for options of raid size with simply just like a number of items being the issue or the difference as opposed to quality. I find myself vigorously nodding along to that argument, always just being like, just let people get more shit if they want to do the crazy management of taking 40 people in. There has to be some form of reward for, going on the crazy scale. I don't know. My big thing, my other crazy idea for SOM, which I always say I'd love to see some version of this in the game in some way. I like gambling. I don't do it anymore, but I'm big on the gambling thing. I love chances of RNG, chances of a boss dropping one more piece of loot for you, whether there's some way to weave that in. I don't know. I always thought that was a bit of fun, but that's a pie in the sky thing for another day. Someone else was going to say something. Jump in.
Yeah, the counter argument to more loot would be that distributing the loot takes, per item takes as long, same amount of time. So distributing out 7 items just takes so much more time than distributing out 2. Especially if there's always a little bit of drama, or like there's, on every 4th item, there's a little bit of drama. So unless I'm especially thinking of pugs right now. So if you've got a predetermined loot list of what goes where, I guess it doesn't really matter too much. But, let's say it's a DDKP or it's just a pug in general, just main spec, off spec, all the drama and all the dice rolling and all, it's just takes more time. And so I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just saying it's an argument to think of.
I agree, Pig Toucher. I personally hate the same shit, different eye level system from other versions of the game where you get the same piece, but they're varying levels of stats and power on the same named piece. I fucking hate that too.
It feels so lazy.
Yeah. Look, anyone else? We really should move on. We're an hour and a quarter just on fucking this first topic, and I did have a lot I wanted to talk about today. Anyone else before we move on from BFD and raid sizes and raid lockouts? Does anyone have a major drama with 3 days moving forward? I mean, the one complaint has been, Josh, I don't have a regular raid day and it's kind of killing me with these 3-day lockouts. I personally disagree with that argument. How do people feel about 3-day lockouts moving forward pre-60?
I would say I'm going to go ahead and echo your current Discord name and say that it is causing my wife to hate me. That's she gets the extra mom duties at the end of the night because it's pretty much during bedtime, that bedtime routine for our toddler when we get our raid in, and she's like, "Is it tonight?" It's like, "Well, it was Monday last week." It's like, "Well, unfortunately it's Tuesday this week because it's this weird cycle. Sorry."
Well, I mean, we raid the same 2 nights every single week. We raid Wednesday, Sunday, and then once a month you get a 3rd bonus raid day, which is a Saturday night, and you use every single lockout doing that. If you do Wednesday, Sunday, Wednesday, Sunday, Wednesday, Sunday, and then once a month you do Wednesday, Saturday, Sunday, that covers every single raid lockout for the entire game. And it stops that whole, like the amount of guys in our guild who are like, "Oh, if I raid tonight, can I raid tomorrow night?" Dude, there's an entire website dedicated to knowing when your lockouts are. It's like a 3-minute fucking Google search. Go do it. But if you raid the guild raids, you'll never miss a lockout.
3-minute Google search? What are you on, fucking dial-up? Here we go. Look, it's an interesting one. My point on that is probably a shitty retort where I'm like, I'm just such a different kind of gamer where I'm just like, I don't get upset if I miss a lockout. Like if, I've just raided when I've wanted to raid and I've missed multiple lockouts and I just like shrug my shoulders and kind of go, "Hey man, season of dads."
Yeah, I mean, I work 2 jobs, so I literally just look at when they've posted the raid days, and then I sign up to the one that I can make.
All right, guys, let's move on. I'll change the topic to the big one that I wanted sink our teeth into. So that was your fucking 75-minute warm-up. Guys, let's talk about questing and golds and Blizzard's decision to reward golds at cap in this phase. I personally am going to be relatively tentative as I discuss this one, because I'm probably persuadable either way. I do have a stance on this topic, but I'm happy to hear other people's opinions. And it is a relatively controversial one in that a lot of people are discussing it right now. Some people are getting fired up, some not as much. Like, it's a bit of a shrug of the shoulders, whatever. Like, seasonal gameplay, who gives a fuck, blah, blah, blah. But I still think it's a really meaty conversation and a decent one moving forward, not only for what the rest of Season of Discovery might look like for us, but also it's a bit of a tangential conversation about the value of gold in MMOs in general moving forward, as you'll see when we discuss this. But I just want to ask the question. Everyone will have a chance to weigh in on this, and I'm sure you guys will come in hard and fast. Very simple question. Did Blizzard make the right decision for Season of Discovery, making gold a reward for quests at cap? Who wants to chime in first?
I think that it is completely... I understand the idea of gold. I think they may have just gone a little bit overboard, and it's only because, like, I am a strictly no GDKP thing, you know what I mean? And right now the inflation on servers for items are so astronomically high. I think it's ridiculous.
Just on the inflation thing real quick. I've heard this a little bit. Now, granted, every server's different and their economy is different. I was on the show with you guys, a week after the server came out saying, mate, these prices are fucking ridiculous. What's going on? Since then, I must say, I would walk my own argument back a little bit. On my server, I haven't noticed insane prices on, required consumables, or, even some of the gear is like, yeah, it's high, but whatever, I guess. I don't know. Ubiquitous Pork, tell me if I'm a fucking idiot. Have you seen inflation be a crazy issue on Shadowstrike?
Not for anything except greens. I don't know why people are paying so much for greens.
It's crazy.
But like, mats for things are cheap as shit. Consumes are cheap as shit. But our swiper's price is a lot higher than the rest of the world. I haven't really cared to check why that is the case, but I just know that that's the fact. Europe and NA can buy gold for fucking pennies. So maybe that keeps, like, I reckon on our server, the quest gold has inflated the economy more than what swiping has.
Okay.
Because there's just not that many people buying, I don't know.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, that's my take.
Okay, Wonder. Sorry, Carrie, you're going to piggyback off that.
If you have posted that you want to host a GDKP, oh my god, the amount of abuse that those people are getting.
I've seen it, and I'm quietly loving it. But anyway. Yeah.
I thought you would. So people's ignore list is getting massive, which I don't really like as a general. But on the, I don't think. I mean, in the guild we had a few people get banned for buying gold in like the first few weeks, and I just remember thinking, why the fuck would you even bother buying gold this early? Like, what's it really going to do for you? I think that the quest gold has been the bigger impact on inflation.
Issue, yeah.
I think it went through a pretty similar cycle to people saying BFD was too hard. There was like a week and a half there where people were like, oh my god, everyone's buying gold, things are so expensive. And then they went and did 5 quests and went, wow, I have so much gold.
Yeah.
I could buy things. And everyone just shut up about it immediately again. So
Oh, I was one of those fuckwits for sure.
Yeah, I think it's a force of good in this world, the quest gold, because it does give you sort of a third angle of getting more gold. You either buy it offline, or you shake people on the auction house to squeeze them, or you just go quest, right? And there's always something to do of value. Like, say you've got 20 minutes, you can do 3 quests and has value. and instead of like your 22 silvers, you get a gold and a half, or maybe even 2 gold. And I think because classic, or because vanilla actually does have gold has a value outside of these really expensive PoEs. It's just the consumables. They cost a lot of money compared to what you have. I think it's good to have a reliable, or at least immediate source of gold. Okay, you can be absolute newbie at the game, but making gold through quests is the first thing you'd think of. But going to the auction house and twisting some items, that's for advanced people or people who bother. I've been playing for this game for 18 years, and I just can't be bothered with the auction house.
Let me throw it over to you. So sorry, you go ubiquitous, and I'll throw it to Squirrel.
I was gonna say, I want to say that that's actually a fantastic take. I hadn't heard from anyone yet that was pretty much saying maybe it's helped curb buying in a way, because the barrier to entry to getting 50 gold is so easy in SOD. If the quests weren't giving this gold, would more people be buying? And like you said, even the skill or effort required to get it is pretty low, because we all just quest anyway playing the game. So lots more people have more gold. It has inflated a little bit, but maybe it is actually doing more good than negative potentially.
No, it's a decent point to raise for sure. Squirrel, let me posit this sort of extra bit of fat on the question for you. I worded that horribly, you know what I mean, mate. What's obviously come with the reward of gold at cap is incentivizing people to do their quests at cap, and maybe to do their quests to excess, to a point that they wake up the next day and come out of their fugue state and realize, holy shit, I couldn't help myself, and now I've done all the level 25, 26, 27, 28, 29 quests in the game, and I have no quests to do for the next phase. I'll have to dungeon grind, okay, whatever. The argument about, and this is something that Ale and Clevis have been raising, and I don't want to put words in their mouth. Hopefully they'll come on the show later. Clevis might drop by to try and elaborate a bit more on his point. But I hope I'm doing them a service by saying that vaguely that their overall point was they disagreed with gold being put in the game in this way as a quest reward, because they felt that you had to save the players from themselves, and that now what's happened is all these players couldn't help themselves. They've done every fucking quest in the game, and now they've got no quests to do when phase 2 comes, and they'll all bitch and moan about that, or they'll just go dungeon grind or what have you. So my question is really, do you feel that Blizzard should have saved the players from themselves in that regard?
I don't necessarily think so. I will say, with people I've interacted with, largely a lot of them have had the opinion that, hey, I'm not going to do these quests. So I think a lot of people are already having that awareness. As for those who don't, I think Agrand even came out and said, kind of hinted at that perhaps we would not be, quote unquote, screwing ourselves over by doing all these quests.
Yeah.
And I'm actually kind of interested. I don't know if you've done the crafting quest for your void touched items, but it does mention that when you interact with one of the characters, it does say this may not be the last time you see this. And I'm actually really interested to see if we do get a new kind of quest line involving this whole idea of like this concentrated light, concentrated darkness that's kind of looming over this whole season. And I'm really hoping that is what their plan is to actually give us additional avenues to level up to the next phase, and hopefully to the phases beyond that, where we're not getting completely, like you said, I mean, some people are just gonna be like, I want 100 gold, I want, I know that Amphi is ambitiously seeking to reach gold cap. I know that's his current endeavor, and all the power to him if he can do that. So, but everyone, the beautiful thing about vanilla and even these plus versions of it is you can play it kind of with your own goals in mind, and if you want to have a ton of gold, then all the power to you.
You've raised the elephant in the room, which is the Agrend factor here, and it's difficult to sort of talk about this without raising some of those tweets. And I don't want to put too much weight on this because I was saying in the Discord yesterday, like, I feel like a lot of the arguments we're about to have on this topic would have gone without saying anyway. Like, Agrend didn't have to tweet what he tweeted in order to fuel the fire of this argument. It goes without saying. It's a risk-reward system. Like, we've been playing this game for a while now. We know how it works. It's very clearly, if you do these quests now, you will get an immediate reward in gold, or you can choose to hold off, bank them up, and cash in experience later. The choice is in your hands, players. That literally goes without saying. But Agrend comes out with his tweet and says exactly that. And I'm not taking a shot at Agrend for this. He said, this is a few weeks ago. It was like, I'm again paraphrasing, basically, you decide, players. This is a risk-reward thing. Do you want to blow your wad now and get all your golds and fuck yourself maybe for leveling later? Or do you want to hold off and smooth out that leveling process when phase 2 drops? So that's all fine. That's a perfectly fine thing to say. Like I said, it was implied anyway. Well, not even implied. It's explicit in the game. The issue then came up when Agrend floated this out a few days ago about this notion of, hey, season of discovery, baby. There's, maybe some new things coming. Who says there's not going to, be new shit in the game that maybe assists these people that have blown their wad on all their quests for gold? Now, my personal issue with this, and people are having a go at me for for even discussing this, going like, Josh, what do you fucking care? We shouldn't be balking at the classic team creating new content. We should be celebrating it. I agree with that point. My issue is more at the principle of the thing of we had this risk-reward system where we sat the toddlers down and said, right, you can have 2 Mars bars now, or if you wait 10 minutes, you can have 3. You make a decision. And then all of us toddlers went off and made a certain decision. But we're now coming up with, oh shit, everyone chose the gold. We now have to bail out everyone because they didn't save themselves because they couldn't show any restraint. It's more of a principle thing for me, which, again, I'm happy to be told, Josh, you're the problem here. You're a fucking idiot. Just let people play the game. I just get a little bit murky on this one on like, well, it's all well and good for you guys who took the gold to tell me to shut the fuck up because you're about to get double rewards. But the minority of people in my boat who are like, no, we'll just do the experience later, now might get fucked over potentially. It just feels a bit weird. It's not a big deal in the grand scheme of things. It just feels a little weird. Someone tell me I'm a fuckwit and why. Go.
Well, unfortunately, I'm not going to tell you you're a fuckwit. The festive season black hole had a rap on me. This is the first I've gone and looked at Agrend's Twitter now. And as a firm... Nah, I literally have a quest log with 22 completed quests and my bank full of quest rewards waiting. That's in the bin. I'm going to go cash them all in because he's going to bail me out with a freebie next phase. I may as well take my 100 gold now. See you the fuck later. Thank you very much.
So is that your interpretation as well, mate? Because my interpretation is absolutely 100%. You're a fucking idiot if you don't do all these quests for gold now.
I find the pre-planning, trying to get ahead in the next phase, even if it saves you 2 hours of leveling. It's just fun to prep, I guess.
Yeah, I agree.
But if it looks as if I'm actually just wronging myself out of 100 gold, which you got to weigh it up. Do you want half a level of quest XP instantly, or would you rather 100 gold now? I feel the 100 gold goes a lot further than 1 hour of grinding mobs. So it
would take a lot longer than an hour to save for your fucking level 40 mount.
Yeah, exactly. So you'd just rather the gold now while you're getting this gold increase. If they just, and mind you, I think it's perfectly reasonable to have said, I'm going to do all the quests and just dungeon grind and don't give me a freebie. People already made this decision before he made this tweet. Now this tweet is just converting more people like myself. Like, I'm going to go hand in 25 quests today based off this tweet alone. And what does it put me in? A position where I have to dungeon grind, which is completely fine and somewhat fun anyway.
People were going to do it anyway. I agree with that. I've got no drama. This is not the anti-dungeon grind.
You've only got to do it for a couple of levels anyway.
Yeah, this is not me bitching about people who dungeon grind. I don't give a fuck. You level however you want to level. My mild bitching was, like I said, there was two choices, but unfortunately one seems to be the correct one.
Yeah, you get to be greedy now and get to win more later. Like
that should never have been an option.
Yeah, hypothetically, what if he's just, alluding to, guess what? As soon as we unlock phase 2, your map will show up with 60 brand new quests designed for level 25s to go and do.
And that might be
Then you'll go, fuck me. Now all I've got is 85 quests to do. Half of them will be grey before I do them all. I should have just cashed in 40 while I could. I think that's wrong. I don't think they should do that. But at the same time, I'm not particularly a fiery person. If they do it, I'll just be like, mad, new stuff. But I'll be annoyed if people had shown restraint to just cop nothing. Like there's no benefit in not doing the quests now. Unless, I don't know how they could make it fair to someone that holds back from just going and clearing the map of all accessible quests now for shitloads of money.
Yeah.
The only way I can think, if what they're saying is, don't worry, you won't be punished too hard for handing in the quests, if they gave you full rest XP as soon as the leveling phase opened, that way grinding would be easy, and even if you were going to go and do quests, you would still get a bonus for, the quests that you've saved, because you've still got that rest XP as well. At least then the grinding for those first 2 levels wouldn't be as bad. Maybe a fully loaded rest XP bar, being that most of us have been sitting at level 25, we should have had that anyway. Maybe that's the way to do it without upsetting everyone. But yeah, there should definitely be... You shouldn't get any kind of bonus for handing in those quests. If, like me, you've decided, I don't care about the quests, I want the gold now, I'm going to dungeon level all the way to 40 anyway, so I don't care about saving the quest. I'm going to dungeon level all the way to 40 and then do this exact same thing at 40 again. That's your choice. And if you don't want to do that, then don't hand in all the quests. Like, there shouldn't be any kind of bailout. Bailout is just allowing people to be stupid and then also get away with it, or, think that they, were okay with the way they were going to do it, and then they get bailed out anyway. It doesn't make any sense.
It's
My problem...
Yeah, go, mate.
I was going to say, my problem with it is there feels like an opportunity cost issue, where if you decide to dungeon grind, and then go and do a whole heap of quests for gold, you're going to be way ahead of somebody that decides to quest a level and then do a few dungeons to get their previs for the phase. And I don't know whether I'm that comfortable with that being a thing. So my fix, not that I like the fix, would be whatever the bonus gold is, give that to everybody who's questing now. And then when there's no additional... Well, if you're going to keep the bonus gold again for the people that are doing it at max level, there's no added incentive.
It would be funny if the people who had saved up a bunch of quests to hand in, if when they handed them in, they were handed in as if you were still locked at level 25 because you picked them up prior to that. So they still got all the gold, but they just didn't get any of the XP.
That's what I would be happy with that.
That'd be hilarious.
That's actually not a bad solution, because then you still get the gold at some point, and then it's not a hamstringing to yourself. And the other person never got ahead. You both ended up with the same net gain. It's just that you waited a month and a half to hand him in anyway.
It's small fry at the end of the day, and I'm really, even though I'm like, vigorously raising this topic and getting into it, I know this sort of goes against it, but I can't stress, like, I'm not that perturbed by this thing. I just thought it's taken, Reddit by storm, I think, or at least my Discord by storm. People are talking about it. This choice, what are you going to do? What are they going to do? What's going to happen? But like, ultimately, tell me if I'm wrong, the choice boiled down to, and some people sort of blow it out of proportion in my mind, but like, the choice boiled down to, do you want about 100 gold, or do you want a level for free? Do you want one, 15-minute level where it'll be level 25? Level 25, I hardly knew ye. That's basically the two choices, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah. So, and some people are saying like, oh, mate, I'll do one dungeon in the fucking time it takes you to hand in half those quests. Fucking bullshit. Shut up. It'll take 15 minutes to hand in 20 quests. Like, whatever. It'll literally be level 25. I barely knew you. And, like, you'll blow to level 26, hand in 20 quests and be like, yep, that's what I saved up for. I have now knocked off, 6% or whatever of my leveling experience to 40. I'll get there a little bit quicker. Great, cool, whatever. That's the choice that I made in lieu of 80 to 100 gold or whatever. And the whole thing has just been about, well, the people that picked 80 to 100 gold may now also get the benefits of your choice after all. Who knows? Either way. But bringing it back to just this overall discussion of the gold reward at cap, I mean, I imagine we're going to see this again at level 40, level 50. I think that's a really, like Ubiquitous shouted out, I think that's a really good point to raise about maybe this has somewhat, knocked back gold buying a little bit. Maybe because gold is so easy to come by now, relatively speaking, people are buying less or swiping less. I hadn't thought of that. I think that's a great point. I was very, I was ready to come in on this one and say, like, you know what? I don't think this was a great idea to reward gold at cap, but you guys are swaying me over to the other side, I must say. Ale and Clevis might be on the show if they were here saying, like, no, you again have to save the players from themselves, all that shit is blowing out. I shouldn't put words in their mouth. They'll get upset. Yeah. Forget whatever Ale and Clevis say.
Yeah. Let's say there is no bailout. And I mean, speedrunners or, just people in general, it's more or less well-known fact that depending on what faction you're on, some level brackets are just really difficult to get through. I couldn't name them specifically, but I think it's like for lines, like 50 to 60 is really difficult, or it's like 35 to 45. There's like areas of like 5 to 10 levels, which depending on what faction you're on are really difficult. So let's say it is 50 to 60, just as an example. Let's say we're at the end of the 50 bracket, and the opens up for the end game to 60 and beyond. It makes the situation even worse for those people who already had difficulty of getting up from 50 upwards. Because there were only a few quests to get beyond level 50, and if you've already done those, then it's just even worse, and then it might encourage more degenerate behavior.
And I mean, it's fair to, I think, what Andrew in chat sort of saying, like, but Josh, don't you think it's in the spirit of Classic to maybe not hand in 20 quests as soon as the next phase drops, because that's rushing to cap like retail? I do slightly disagree with that. I hear what you're saying, Andrew, but I'm kind of like I said, it's knocking off like a very minimal portion of that leveling experience. Like, you're getting 1 of 15 levels for free. Like, it's 1 of 15. I don't feel like it's an exorbitantly drastic speeding up process, so like it doesn't offend me that much. But I do know the lines that you're going along there. Guys, anyone else on keep this going at level 40, give us more gold, or what?
Yeah, just swinging back into what Ubiquitous said, if it was a conscious decision to try and combat gold selling, it's a pretty big brain play. But I'm more of the opinion that it was a bit of an oversight, just something that was left in the code, and they maybe didn't think about it because they're too busy balancing other gameplay features they're adding into the game. And it got to a point where it was just the better option to hedge your bets and wait for a bailout.
I'd be shocked if it was accidental, personally. I think this is by design. But I know what you mean, because like this has been a thing in other versions of the game. But I think this was something they're like, the whole thing is experimental, and they're just like, let's just go in the lab and fuck around and find out what it does.
Yeah, which is, I mean, a bailout's never really ideal, and it sort of just cascaded, really, didn't it? Everyone needed their gold, so they just done quests because it was the easiest way to get it.
Fucking Sig, no one understood my Fannie Mae bailout reference on Twitter the other day. I was brokenhearted.
I didn't even say it, so I'm kind of not sure what it was.
You know, when I say
The
Fannie
house
Mae, though, you know what I mean, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. Yeah. Because a lot of people, I think they just didn't get the reference at all. And I was like, mate, come on.
Yeah, it's one of those awkward moments where you knew it was good, and then everybody was just like, "What?"
Yeah, the Aussies will have no idea what we're talking about, but that's okay.
Yeah, I don't have any idea.
Those are
all
highbrow
right.
jokes right there.
Where are we? I'm not that old. Wonder, mate. I'm fucking no spring chicken. I'm 41, buddy. All right, where are we? Next topic, guys. Let's move on. Does anyone have anything more to say about the gold thing? I've probably undercooked it. I don't know. Speak now or forever hold your silence.
Let us suffer for handing in our quests early. It's what we signed up for, and it's what we should now live with.
That I agree with.
All right.
I would position the question in the same way as the one that I phrased before. Would you rather not know what they're going to do in relation to it, or be told?
All I want to hear is that, if you have banked up your quests, you have not made the wrong decision. I just don't want to see one of the two camps kind of be wrong. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but to the question, I just want to know. Finding out at 1 minute past midnight just sucks either way.
Guys, let's get into the the Great Ashenvale despawn hoax. Let's put our tinfoil hats on for a second. Look, first and foremost, I'll say this. We've got a bunch of you here. Can anyone definitively say to me on this call, Josh, I have seen it. It was real. Alliance were dragging the Ashenvale bosses into the water and they were despawning and they were winning quicker?
Nah, mate.
No.
Never seen it.
Okay, so was this one of the greatest MMO community psyops of all time or what?
Yeah, mate. It totally was, I reckon. It has to be. It's like
tempting to fuel it just then and say yes.
Look, I'm going to whack the tinfoil hat on big time here and just go, it's 100% within, it's the classic player mentality to try and eke out any advantage that they can.
Absolutely.
And it's not going to stop. That's going to encourage people to psyop.
Absolutely.
Just for the memes alone is, worth enough.
100%. This is the evil side of clam weaving.
Exactly.
Look, I feel bad. I got suckered in and 8-9 days ago or whatever, I tweeted out, I hope they fix this Ashenvale despawning thing. And, Agrend was right. He DM'd me. I hope I'm not speaking out of school when I say this. He DM'd me and he goes, mate, have you actually seen it personally? And I was like, no. And he goes, because we're looking into this and we're looking into it. That's as far as I won't say what he said, but he goes, we're looking into it. And if you've got evidence, please send it our way. And I go, yeah, no worries, mate. I'll see if I can get some. And I couldn't fucking dig any up anywhere. None of my listeners had seen it. One guy in our Discord was like, nah, mate, I've definitely seen it and it's a fucking thing. And I was like, oh, I just don't know. It's gone away. It's run its news cycle now. But I mean, we have to look back and laugh. It definitely seems like...
Did you get clam weavinged?
I got clam weaved. Good, and I feel like a fucking idiot.
That's it. We wasted their development time. We're getting one less raid now.
Yeah. Exactly.
Can't work on the game.
The joke will be on us. I mean, it's funny because people still swear by it, where they go like, oh, look, mate, I don't know if it's real or not, but... Alliance do seem to be winning strangely quickly.
It's they usually win because the Zoran boys don't get the job done. Just don't get enough players or whatever. I run a Zoran group often because it's fun. We actually had a massive punch on out the front of Zoran Strand. The Alliance tried to run interference last night, and it was a really fun event. But yeah, usually you get 10 people down there because there's civilians there, but. If you do engage Alliance, you just got to do it coast side of the tree, and you're usually right. You don't get your DHK.
Fair enough.
So I haven't heard what the issue. What is the despawning of Ashen Vale?
Okay, so the rumor went out that the Alliance could drag a event boss into a body of water, and as soon as it touched the water, it would despawn and count as a kill. Hence the Alliance achieving the event and have an advantage narrative, which then turned out, as days went by, no video evidence was popping up anywhere. I jumped on my Alliance character. It's funny, I jumped on my Paladin, did the event to try and get some footage of it, and I was like covert agent going like, hey guys, are we doing the water strat today or what? And nobody answered me, and they didn't do a fucking thing.
Alliance. I've never even heard
or
of
propaganda.
Oh my god, it was so ridiculous.
Sorry, Josh, I'm going to have to step out. My wife wants to go car shopping.
No, that's all right, mate. Thanks so much for being here, Pork. We'll talk to you later, mate. Shout out to any shout outs before you go?
No. Well, yeah, I guess to the guys of Outback Raid House, thank you all for putting in so much effort. It's been a blast.
There you go. All right, mate, you get out of here. We'll talk to you later.
Gotcha.
Hey guys, Ubiquitous. Sorry, just one last thing before I move on to the next topic. This might be a bit of a tangent, but one question I forgot to ask when we were talking about the gold reward at cap. I know this is a tough one to talk about because we're only in phase 1 and we've got so much of the game to go. But, you know, you've mentioned this a number of times about your relationship with gold so far through Season of Discovery, and it does contrast with other people's relationship with gold. In Season of Discovery, having been through everything we've been through over the years with gold and buying and swiping and GDKPs and the difficulty of the game and passing and fucking everything combined over the last four years, with the vibe of Season of Discovery, is gold overrated, underrated, or rated?
I think
overrated.
I think it's massively overrated. It depends on who you talk to. I think I don't know if we voiced it out, but if you hand in your weekly drums from an Ashenvale event, with how cheap consumes are across the servers, we did do an EU Oceanic NA comparison, and like FAPs and stuff are all 25-ish silver and such. If you hand in that one weekly quest for a gold 40, that should cover like your 2 BFDs worth of consumes if you're not dying. And, you know, or roughly pretty close. So you almost literally don't even have to do anything, and you can sustain weekly consumes and such, which is a far cry from the 16 gold per firewater I was paying in Classic. So I think the gold is in the best spot it's ever been, personally. Like, you don't even have to try to have any, and you have more than enough, yet alone if you quest or even farm, or work towards it in any way, shape or form.
Yeah, I've not spent 1 second, quote unquote, farming gold in Season of Discovery so far. I've had between 50 to 70 gold for the last 3 weeks, and I've spent virtually none of it. Like I just floated, like I'm still spending gold. Like you buy the consumable here or there, you buy a green thing for the next ult you're leveling, whatever, but you're selling shit that you're picking up along the way as well. Like I've personally never cared less about gold in a game, particularly with the vibe of this season where, like, you know, we're stuck at level 25. The sweat seems to have been turned down a fair bit. People are clearing the content. They don't give a fuck. You know, I'm going to massively out myself, and my guild can scream at me. I presume they've noticed and no one said anything. I don't even know if people care. Mate, I haven't enchanted a single item in this fucking game across 4 alts. I don't care. And like people be like, oh mate, we're trying to pass and you're a fuckwit, we're carrying you, blah, blah, blah. It's a fucking dungeon. We're clearing. Like I keep comparing it to UBRS. It's like bring enchants for UBRS. Really? Like I know I should get my stuff enchanted just because, but like I haven't felt bad for not doing it. But you know, again, my guild might disagree. I've just not been in that frame of mind so far at level 25. I don't care about gold, and the enchants are cheap anyway. I get that, but like, fuck, does anyone else feel the same way?
Yeah, I think I have like 12 gold on one of my characters. I spend it as I need to, but like I'm not going out of my way to make it.
Give you an idea where I'm at. Like I have all bank slots, purchased 12 slot bags, 500 gold ish. I think like just over 500 gold ish, and like that's like after like taking like substantial bit. Like 'cause I got like my whole bank's like full of fish and all that kind of shit, for late game and all the stuff. But like the counter argument to the gold, for the quest thing is that like even if you take a like a 10 gold an hour farm, that's like 8 hours farming, and it's like how many more weeks until they raise the level cap again. So you might be like technically, yeah, like you're ahead by the 80 gold or 100 gold, at the moment, but like 8 hours farming, and then you could still have the bonus thing. So it's that, like I said, in terms of the eventuality, I think it'll be negligible. But I understand your position, Josh, where it's like you like the little kind of like, choice you had is like, do you want it now or later kind of thing. But yeah, to get back to the other one, like I said, it's one of those things where it's like gold is only as value as what you can buy, and because there's no mounts, there's no nothing like that in the game at the moment, there's not going to be that kind of like as much of a demand. Whereas like when we're hitting level 40, everyone's well, I suppose like Paladins and Warlocks get it for free. But like there are going to be a couple of people who'll be like sweating over their mounts. But if they're doing the same thing with the quest, then it's a bit easier. Which I kind of agree with the whole kind of like season of dads philosophy, where it's like, like people shouldn't be waiting outside gold shore in like sucking dick for silver kind of thing, just to get their mounts. Do you know what I mean?
Fair enough. Someone needs to call me out, though. I mean, Ubiquitous, what percentage of listeners do you reckon have just said, I would never fucking raid with this cunt, hearing that I've never enchanted an item yet?
You keep going to me to call you an asshole. And
I know. I'm baiting you. I'm baiting you.
Even myself, I think I went a few weeks there where I got upgrades and I just forgot, oh yeah, this should have 1 agility on it.
Yeah.
That's going to make a noticeable difference, I'm sure. And then I go and put my 1 agility on it, and lo and behold, it still feels like a dungeon, so it doesn't really matter. But there would be some people out there, but I mean, you kind of fall back to the asshole argument of like, have all the enchants you want. There's still like 9 out of 10 players not even pressing their buttons right anyway. So how big of a deal can it be to have 4 more total stats on your entire character panel?
I'll be more inclined to enchant it now that, like, for instance, on my warrior, like, he's pretty set for gear. Okay, let the enchant start. But like through the gearing up process at level 25, I just have not given a fuck. But anyway,
I think you'd be like most people there, though. Like, no caster's going to go out of their way and go, oh, 1 intellect. Hell yeah, let's get that on my fucking.
Yeah, I'm not going halfway through fights anymore.
Well,
yeah, 1 intellect.
We had a chat with the bloke in the Discord earlier, Ubiquitous, whether he was, sort of figured he was trolling us a little bit, but like he was talking about his relationship with gold, about how he can't stop spending and he's enchanting fucking everything and anything, and every +1 and int, pushes him over the edge in PvP, and it means the world to him. I'm just, because we're asking the question, like, how much gold are people seriously spending in phase 1? And this one guy was like, mate, heaps.
Yeah, I think probably the only gold sink that I can really see being played out massively is you've just hit 25 and you just want to buy the best screens you can so that you can get into a BFD and not feel like a piece of shit that literally has like a level 14 quest item still equipped. Those things are worth huge money, like 10 to 20 gold.
That's where all mine gold has gone, and I
that's
basically
probably
have like 1 or 2 gold left, and
that's the only thing I can see that people are splurging on, is just to get their alt raid ready like 3 days faster, which I mean is a whole lockout. And maybe they're doing it so that they can get into another guild split that's formed up in the sign-ups or whatever. But that's the only place I see people splashing big money. Like, even I've seen the raid, the blues that drop on the trash out the front of BFD and stuff aren't even that expensive. It's the off pieces. Like, I'm pretty sure the honed stiletto of attack power is technically rogue bis for this phase, so like that's worth a lot. But there's 9 daggers within 1 DPS of each other. But some people just get to 25 and go, I'll spend 20 gold on this, and that's a slot finished. It's done. And that's how they're going about it. But yeah, I just ran BFD like 10 times until any of the other options dropped.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I ran on BFT like once or twice, had a few biz items, and then okay, I'd spend the money if I had. So I just checked. Okay, I've got 30 gold here. Let's see what the enchants are. Well, that's bullshit. That's completely useless. So I'm half biz and I have nothing enchanted. Not because I don't want to spend it. Just there is nothing to spend it on, in my opinion.
Yeah, I would say one thing, actually going back to just getting gold from the quests, it is kind of cool when you see like a Honed Stiletto of Power or, Mantle of Thieves, Thunderbrow Ring. Knowing that it's kind of like seeing, I mean, maybe not to this example, but maybe seeing a Warden Staff drop later on, or something where that you know what you have and you know that you can get. There's somebody out there who actually has enough currency to make, it feels like a world drop epic when you get that, that of the Tiger, Brutal Axe of the Tiger, which is, I believe, Warrior Prebis before. There's just a lot of really items like that it's nice to have the money in the economy because of it. But myself, I've only done probably between all of my 8 characters, maybe 30 quests across them at 25. And I've never had any issues with consumes are 25 to 50 silver a piece, and enchants are under a gold a piece at the absolute worst. So I think gold is overrated at the moment.
Very good. All right, guys, let's move on. I might take us down the path of just really, really quick, to completely tie off in this one, and then I promise we'll get to the fun stuff. Phase 2, we're going to talk the classes. We're going to talk Phase 2, hopes and dreams. We're going to talk runes and all that shit. I'll kick us off with a question that Wonder raised a little bit earlier. But just before we do that, last thing about gold and all this bullshit. Someone mentioned very, very briefly earlier, it might have been ubiquitous, about the attitude towards GDKP so far in Season of Discovery. I don't want to turn this into the, GDKP bad argument and all that shit. I'm on the record for years about how I feel about all that shit. I don't want to just, flog a dead horse. But, there's going to be people that love it, people that hate it, fucking whatever. But just what you've noticed so far about it in the first month of Season of Discovery. Ubiquitous mentioned that he's seen people laugh and shoot down people raising the notion of a GDKP on the Oceanic server. I have seen the same activity. But I've seen more advertisements for boosting popping up now that people have worked out how to Mage boost and whatnot with the runes through RFC. I've seen, the odd advertisement for a GDKP here and there, even if they do get told to go fuck themselves and laughed at generally. I don't think that's necessarily the case on all servers. So my question for you guys in general is just, what's your thoughts? And that some of you might be GDKP enjoyers. I'll save that for another time. What are your thoughts when you see GDKPs and boosts going out in Phase 1, Level 25 of Season of Discovery? What's your attitude been towards it in general so far?
Honestly, well, me being somebody who doesn't like them, right? I don't personally care that people do it. The way I look at it is I hate the way it makes the economy turn out. Basically, it makes, so you call it Season of Dads, right? So somebody who's playing 3 days a week running GDKPs, and then the guy that has 8 hours a night to play and is clearing the raid in 30 minutes, right? He's trying to get his consumes or whatever, and it brings everything up because there's just so much gold inflation. I mean, maybe, I don't know. I'm not putting it out the way I want to say it.
That's all right. That's all right.
I feel like it's detrimental to the server. You know what I mean? I think sooner or later it becomes that is the only thing you can do.
Have you guys noticed any difference in attitude in global channels of chat on your server so far? Like I said, I have seen people push back to GDKP advertisements, which I never used to see before. Have you guys seen that, or have you seen business as usual?
I don't think I've paid much attention to it. I usually just, when I see it, just kind of brush it off.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't seem to be as full on as it was in the earlier iterations of Classic. It's definitely not something that people feels mandatory. It doesn't take that long to get the level 25, and it's not really that hard to clear the content with a pug. I mean, there's some disastrous pugs, but not all of them.
Shago, were you going to say something?
Difficulty with all these advertisements and is if as long as you don't actually whisper them back, you never really know. Okay, they whispered twice. Is that because they got 100 whispers saying fuck off, and they say, okay, fine, I guess I'm not getting anyone, or did it fill up within 3 minutes, and that's why they're not whispering, advertising anymore.
True.
So I think it's really difficult to tell from the outside how common these things are and how successful they are.
My experience with GDKPs is that usually they're relatively successful in terms of like raid tier access. Like on Aragul in Wrath, one of the first 10 guilds, so to speak, to ever clear is usually like a GDKP run, and they're pretty much just the alts of the pumper teams. But because every man and his dog can clear BFD, there's not even like like if you're in a full-blown dad guild, it used to be fun to go to a GDKP to actually clear the whole place and get a payout and maybe win some items. But if everyone's just clearing it anyway, why give up 100 gold for loot that you might just get for free in a run?
Yeah, well,
like obviously there is the buy it so you make sure you get it, but that's not even assured in a GDKP. But yeah, there's not even like half the server isn't not killing KT, and they want to go to a GDKP to kill KT and buy Gressel. Yeah. Everyone BFD.
With just for the sake of it, I didn't is successful. I didn't mean as in finish this raid. I mean fills up the group in general. Is there a guy advertising for GDKP and half an hour later it's just him because nobody wants to join?
Oh, I didn't mean it as a counterpoint to you. I mean like I'm doubling down on why they're not popular is because who the fuck wants to go do exactly the same raid and be 100 gold poorer for one item when you can just clear with anybody and still win that item? Depending on the raid comp, you might only ever be rolling against 2 or 3 people. How hard is it to get?
And that's definitely the reason that a lot of people do it. Is like you say, it is a big fat payout for doing content you would have been doing anyway.
Yeah, it's also because it's just 10 men.
Yeah,
that's something that we skipped over.
I do get
again,
that.
If there is no competition, there are no big payouts, right?
Exactly.
Competition. So then what? Why wouldn't I join a GDKP if I spend like 2 gold in each item?
I'll just say this one thing, and this will be spicy, and fucking whatever, direct your hate mail to me. But I'm not trying to shame anyone, even though that will be an obvious result of what I'm about to say. I'm not saying you're a bad person. I'm not saying you're a fuckwit, any of that shit. I'm just going to say this very simple statement. After everything we've been through over the years now with WoW Classic and everything we know about how the whole system works with GDKPs and bots and gold buying and, how the money flows and the symbiotic relationship and everything, all I'll say is, look, do GDKPs if you want to fucking do GDKPs. That's fine. All that happens, though, is as a result of you stepping into that GDKP, you immediately forfeit any right you have to bitch about bots in the game. You don't get to bitch about bots. You don't get to bitch about gold buying if you ever attend a GDKP. End of fucking story. That doesn't make you a bad person for going. You just don't get to whinge. That's it. Do you guys think that is too harsh to say that?
Not at all.
Ridiculous.
100%, 110% agree. I'd even go one step further because as I probably said to you before, Josh, I've got a very spicy take on bots in general, mainly directed towards content creators. Because before Christmas, we were, subjected to the biggest load of bollock I've ever seen in my entire life. Basically, people struggling to try and come up with problems for SOD just to create a video. And botting was one of these problems. But unfortunately for these cunts, something else happened around the same time, and it shows them up for being hypocrites. To kind of really quickly go through and defeat the whole arguments, botting is not an easy problem to fix. And to throw the blame at Blizzard like some of these content creators did by saying, like some comments saying, it's 15 years, the game's been out 15 years and they still can't fix the bot. it's because a botting is literally like getting cyber hacked. That's how difficult you need to think about it. Because some of the suggestions were like, oh, just put GMs in the game. But if to put one GM to stand aside one dungeon, you need 5 people. If there's 20 dungeons in the game, that's 100 people. And then there's 10 servers, that's 1,000 people. And there's only 20 people making the game. So in terms of like a numbers point of view, the GMs doesn't make sense straight off the bat. Then you go into this the only possible solution, which is to have a script to read the data and see the player analysis. But even if they take my own suggestion of the Z-axis, let's say in Shadowfang Keep, where they like glitch straight up in the air and say, oh, if they go up a certain amount of yards in the air, then just ban them. What happens if you're running back from the last boss and you jump down? You've just banned a shit ton of players with that one script. So the whole kind of like argument that it's easy to stop the bots or Blizzard aren't doing enough, when you've seen like blue post after blue post like telling them that we're banned the ban waves that are going out and all that kind of shit, revealing the numbers in terms of that. But then, like I said, in terms of the even like doing minor tweaks like nerfing the chest and all the shit in the dungeons as well. Blizzard are literally going so far and beyond to try and solve this quote unquote issue. But here's why I put the blame back, or the mirror back, on these content creators, because they are hypocritical cunts. Because every single one of them say we're putting these videos out so we can put the pressure on Blizzard so they can make these changes. When really it's just a power trip, because they take out the violin. They say they care about the game, but botting by itself does not fuck with the economy. In actual fact, botting alone actually drives the prices down because it increases supply. It doesn't increase demand. It's the gold buying that increases the prices, that increases that inflates the economy, all this shit. So every single one of these content creators that done a video about the botting situation, not a single one of these cunts done a video about soda popping, who had to come out and admit that he was gold buying. So that whole hardcore attempt that him and his guild done should be double asterisks taken off the fucking board, because the cunt was clearly buying gold that he had to come out and admit with the petrification. So this whole thing that like soda popping was there, like taking jabs at Blizzard and all that kind of shit, and now the content creators are going on their whole fucking high horse shit about the bot and all shit. They're hypocritical cunts, because not a single one of them called out soda popping, but on the flip side, they're saying that Blizzard are not doing enough for the bots.
Can I jump in, mate? Can I tell you exactly why that happened? And this might go without saying, and not to like just, it's weird. I've done this. This has been my shtick for years, and it might tire people. They roll their eyes at it, but yeah, Josh, the content creator who fucking dumps on, content creation. The reason they do that is they never, it is like this unspoken rule that I've always disagreed with in content creation. Never talk, and people say like don't talk shit in general because it's a bad look, which I do agree with, even though I've done it unfortunately from time to time. But the big thing has been never talk shit about a large content creator, because you might want to kiss their ass one day to climb the ladder, or just, by not calling people out for bad behavior, you have avoided the eye of Sauron, and now you might, because all they do behind the scenes is kiss each other's asses, trying to use each other's like fucking audiences to climb that ladder. I'm kind of talking shit here, but like I'm just saying I've seen so many instances behind the scenes of people privately talking shit about a content creator, but then when they meet them in person, sucking their dicks because they think that being friendly to them might boost their own channel. It is just skin crawling behavior that I've never agreed with, but that's why that's why we didn't see the videos about soda, in my opinion, Tariak.
Yeah, there was a perfect example to that is, I don't know if you guys knew who Volty was.
Yeah, I know.
When he did the
Volty,
video on Asmongold, and then he went MIA for like 3 years. He got so much backlash from all the Asmon fans that like his channel crashed.
Yeah, but his channel was fucking trash before that. Like he's just recycled fucking stolen content left, right,
yeah, I get it. I'm just saying that to what you're saying is like people don't come out for reasons like that. Somebody like Asmongold, right? that has such a following could be
Oh,
detrimental
yeah.
to everything you've tried to build.
That's a
which is why people
whole.
I
don't
get
come
that.
out.
That's
but
a whole
if you're
other
gonna shut the
2 hour.
fuck up about soda popping, shut the fuck up about Blizzard. Because, like I said, in every single one of these videos, they will say the statements of getting rid of bottoms easy or Blizzard's not doing enough. But not a single one of them would say shit about soda pop. Do you know what I mean? And like I know that for a fact because, like Josh said, we didn't see the videos because there's the whole the games getting played and all the shit. But I've no issue with that. If you want to play the game, baby.
Do you know another?
But
Do you
at
know
the same
another
time, don't
fucking
be
reason? I'll give you a second reason we didn't get any videos, Tariak, because they're fucking buying gold too.
100%. That's what I'm saying. That whole hardcore thing where it's like, oh, we down all shit. You bought gold. It doesn't count. It's like if the Patriots are sitting through the fucking vacate bullshit about fucking balls were inflated and all that bollocks, you're taking their hardcore attempt off the board. Facts. I'm telling you.
You're a man
I
after
did
my own
not
heart.
sit through a load of bollocks about PSI bought a thing, and everyone's saying that they're throwing out Brady's rings and all that bollocks, and now the Soda's going to be sitting there saying that nah, man, it's off the board.
Fucking Tito, how much hate mail am I going to get after this episode?
Oh no, nah, none.
I'm all right.
What are you talking about? No, everyone's gonna get fucking nothing.
Well,
Who's-
I'll gladly be the counter voice here.
No,
Because
go for it, mate.
I think the claim is nonsense that you can't complain about botting because, to my mind, botting is what makes farming irrelevant. And if gold buying is still going to be around, so be it. But if you want to be able to go out and farm in the world and still feel like you can afford shit, the reason farming has no value is because of bots. It's not because of GDKPs.
I appreciate that. So my argument was more like it wasn't find me a way to not complain about botting or whatever. It was you as a player, and tell me if you disagree with this, Wonder. As a player, you can't bitch about like, oh, fucking all these bots in the game. I hate this shit whilst also attending GDKPs. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I disagree with that as well. I'm
Right,
on.
tell me
bots.
why.
That goes side.
Go,
You
Tito.
can't complain about how
Well, because I mean, fucking PvP is a big gold sink. If you want, like, I know we've talked about PvP before, and we don't really engage, right? Because it's kind of like, why bother? You're just going to get up against Premades and get stomped. A big reason why you get stomped so hard is these Premades are spending 20 to 30 to 50 gold per Warsong Gulch consumes. And they're buying that a lot of the time. So there's so many more reasons for gold buying than just GDKPs. I've been a part of plenty of GDKPs with, yeah, sure, the odd whale comes in who's just a shit player and buys gold, but there's plenty of people, probably 70 to 80% of the people in the run who have been there as kind of legacy members, and they've got a huge amount of gold that they're just spending and kind of hovering even with the gold they're buying and the gold they're making. So it's just a DKP system.
I hear what you're saying, and it is a fair point to say that not all gold buying is associated with GDKPs. There's gold buyers doing other shit. I agree with you. But I think it's also fair to say from my point of view that like the GDKP is the main thing fueling the existence of bots. Like why do bots exist? To drum up money for these GDKPs to be a thing. And I'm like, if you're going to the event that is creating the reason for bots to exist, that's why you don't get to complain about them. Do you know what I'm saying?
I do, but when you say the reason, and it's not
no, and that's fair. It's not the well, I'd say it's the main reason, but not the only reason. I would agree with you on that one.
And it launders the gold
reason,
as well.
Absolutely.
Sorry, Tariak?
It launders the gold. It's basically like the system where it's like there's going to be so big pools going around that it's like for simple things of like, oh, this cunt just got like 10k gold out of nowhere. It's like the fact that GDKPs are a thing. It's like Blizzard can't just automatically just say that is like suspicious behavior. Like
it makes it harder to track. I see. Yeah,
exactly.
I know what you mean.
I mean, so it's almost like a pseudo laundering system where it just makes things harder for Blizzard to see what's actually going on. But like I said, it's the gold buying that inflates the thing because it's like that whole kind of like thing of like, yeah, like the bottom like drives down the farm and makes your farming more inefficient. But at the same time, your consumes are cheaper. And like we're saying with the quests and the gold and all that kind of stuff, you're getting more bang for your buck there in terms of those avenues. But like I said, it's kind of to sit there and like I said, for me, it's the hypocrisy to say that we care about the game. It's all on Blizzard. Blizzard aren't doing enough when Blizzard clearly are doing enough. Like Blizzard for like the past 3 or 4 years, you could make the argument they've been hitting fucking nothing but 3-pointers. Do you know what I mean? From the fucking halfway line, you know. Because like to even just start with class,
I would say I'd agree. I think that's a little bit of a stretch. They've had some wins, but they've had some losses.
I'll accept the loss, but in terms of like to go from like you think you do but you don't to like, you know, like fucking seven different flavors of fucking classic, you know, on Sunday, you know what I mean? Like you can't say that Blizzard aren't giving us what we want, but like I said, this is the whole dynamic between it where, like I said, you're down if you do, down if you don't. If you're Blizzard, because even if you just like are to release the numbers of how many bot waves you're banning, all that kind of shit, then it's like, okay, now you've just given all these people who are already putting all the blame at your feet more fuel to the fire. Where it's, like I said, doing what they're kind of doing, where they're just kind of like sitting through it and they're just like implementing their changes. So when they see shit go on in dungeons, it's like, okay, right, we're nerfing the chests because most players don't give a shit about the chests.
I just want to throw it back to Wonder, just as we'll tie off on this one. But Wonder, I don't want to give the impression that because you're on the contrary on this argument that I'm shouting you down or anything. I want to give you all the opportunities in the world to get your point out there. Mate, having heard all of that, back into what you were saying, any more extrapolation?
Well, my view is the best thing they could do would be to address bots. And GDKPs will end up just trading at lower values. But I don't see GDKPs in and of themselves being a substantial issue. But at the same time, it's not the end of the world, right?
No. Back to my initial point, though, Wonder, and I'm sorry, I'm not trying to be a dick, mate, by pushing you on this one, but I'm just to say it in a different way. If I were to say to you that, and mate, this isn't like shaming people for going to GDKPs. A lot of
Don't
people
worry, I won't be offended.
Okay, like if you're going to GDKPs, that's all well and good, but I'm saying that, you know, once you elect to enter that GDKP or several GDKPs, if you are then leaving that GDKP run, collecting your gold, and then logging over to the subreddit and writing up a big thread about how the bots in this game are fucking out of control, why are they there? Please do something, Blizzard. Do you understand my conundrum with that issue, with that kind of behavior?
Oh yeah, but it doesn't bother me.
Right, but do you?
Can I add
Tito.
some context to back up Wonder as well?
Yeah.
So I GDKP, but I normally GDKP halfway through the lifespan of the game on an alt, because by that time the gold's already out of hand, and so you know it's a way to just be able to get the money.
Is this your definition of ethical GDKPing when it's already a problem?
No, it's just what I do, right? So just so I don't have to fucking spend these absurd amounts, I can earn a wage in relationship to the cost of living, you know, so to speak, right? So I still think I get to complain about bots.
Rightio. All right, keep going.
But the other factor is, at the moment, GDKPs are not a thing, right? I mean, like, sure, they're trying, they're really not.
Yep.
And you're looking at Humbert's Helm at 80 gold. You're looking at these fucking blues and greens at 60, 80 gold, which is well above, you know, the easily farmable amounts of money. So the bots are already affecting without the GDKP. So and people are buying gold to get this insane, you know, get those blues and greens for 60, 80, 100 gold already. What do you say about that before GDKPs are a factor at the moment?
I personally, I don't see it moving the needle much in my mind, because like whatever point in time you're engaging in the behavior, the money in my mind is still coming from and moving to the same spots, is it not?
It's literally like the red pill guys that will like clown on women, all that kind of shit, like, you know, these cam girls, all the shit. But then it turns out like these motherfuckers are spending 50% of their paycheck on their own fucking thing. Do you know what I mean? It's like you can't have your cake and eat it too, boys. Do you know what I mean? And I think that's again, like the hypocrisy is the main thing for me. Where it's like, where are we kind of like calling a spade here? You know what I mean?
Tito, what do you have to say about Punchy's input in YouTube chat on the controversial issue saying Tito smells?
Well, seeing as Punchy spends most of his time in the sewer, that's an interesting statement.
It might be a compliment.
It might be. Very good. Very good. All right, look.
Smells good. Yeah, smells good. I'll take that.
I don't want to leave anyone undercooked, and I don't want to shout anyone down. Guys, before I move on, anything else we want to say on this? If, Tito, like, mate, if you... I have no drama with people saying, Josh, you're fucking way off on this one. You're an idiot. See it from my point of view. All of that.
Josh, you're an idiot. See it from my point of view.
Thank you. I feel better. I feel better. Thank you. All right, boys, look, let's talk about the fun stuff. Fuck. All right, here we are. 2 hours, 22 minutes in. Fun stuff. Phase 2. I want to discuss all the classes and just a couple of notes that I have picked up. I feel like I'm in a pretty fucking good space to comment on the classes of Season of Discovery at this stage because I've got, like I said, by tomorrow I'll have 4 level 25s. I've got a fucking level 17 hunter, level 18 mage. Like, I've mostly done it all. I just haven't leveled a priest, kind of didn't touch the druid. That's about it. I had the 25 Paladin as well, so 5 level 25. Sorry, go fuck yourselves. So I'm in Squirrel's boat, we're fucking laughing it up. But guys, moving forward in Phase 2, just before we get to the specifics of the classes, I want to know what you guys would like to see more or less of in Phase 2. And, in regards to runes and classes generically. I want to give you the first point. I'd love to see where you guys go on from my first point. I saw this raised in the first week or two of the season, and I didn't really bring it up on the show, but I'll bring it up now. I oddly agree with the point that I feel the runes should be not easier to obtain, because I'm on the record saying I like hard to obtain epic questline runes. I am still on that point. But I would like a hint. I saw a lot of people talking on the subreddit about why didn't we get some form of breadcrumb trail of clues or hints with some of these runes? Because half the runes in the fucking game were as obscure as fuck. Like, there is zero chance you were finding this thing if you didn't look it up. No hint, no clue, no nothing. I just, some of them were real head scratches. Do you guys agree or disagree with this?
I agree, but at the same time, when you had a whole heap of runes that were just, I killed a mob and it dropped.
Yes.
And there was nothing to it.
Yes.
And to me, that felt a little lackluster. But then the friggin' Druid rune to get wild growth, where you have to click 3 statues around the world and do a swim race. Like, how the fuck is anybody going to put those two things together without some sort of breadcrumb? I don't know.
Yeah, so it's what you're saying, almost they went too far on in both extreme directions and not as much in the middle.
Yeah.
Sorry, Drew, you there? Yeah, we can't hear you, mate.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was just unmuting to pipe in when I got a shot.
Go for it.
Blizzard has been just nailing it since 2019. I don't care what anybody says. Yeah, we want people, GMs back, but short of that, they've been crushing it, giving us everything that we want. With the runes, they've adapted. They know the culture is different than it was in 04. They know that everything's going to be on Wowhead. Why do you need Blizzard to give you a breadcrumb? If you don't want if you don't want to, if you want to play it like it was in 04, you can, because there's no breadcrumbs. If you want the breadcrumbs, they're there.
I disagree with. How many classes have you played, Drew?
4.
4, and with all of the runes, you felt like you knew sort of where to go or where the hints were?
Fuck no. I'm trying to play like I'm in 04. And I love it. I love that there's runes that I haven't found yet.
Right, okay, I see what you're saying. So you're still going completely au naturel, yeah?
On 2 of them.
Okay. No, that's all more power to you. That's awesome to hear. But has your frustration not, like, obviously you're still having fun. You're saying like you haven't reached levels of frustration yet that have you packing it in and just looking shit up?
I want the frustration.
Right. Okay.
The frustration is what makes you want to jump back on the next day.
Are you worried that there are runes you'll never find?
Yeah, hell yeah. Like but I'm excited about it. I'm a weirdo kind of, but
No, it's
like I
all
want to
good,
show
mate.
up to raid and then be like, dude, you can't be here. You don't have aspect of the lion.
Right.
That happened to me. Oh, and then guess what? I was like, oh, well, like where do I get it? Oh, you got to go in this cave and kill like a bird or whatever. All right, cool. That's social friction that I feel like we should all want.
I just personally, I'll go against you just a little bit because I'm just like, personally, I wanted that creamy middle of like maybe avoiding having to look something up on Wowhead, but then also not just having it being handed to me. And I just wanted like, you know, there's something that you go like, I can be a bit of a detective here and be like, ooh, I think if I, you know, use my brain, I might be able to work this one out, as opposed to some of them just being like, I don't know, I'm trying to think of the best examples of the ridiculous ones.
I think every class has a few runes that have that. Now, are all of them like that? No. But at least one.
Oh, every class has a couple. I agree. It's not like there aren't breadcrumb trails for some of the runes in the game. Completely agree. I guess I'm more rallying against the really difficult ones, how bizarre they were. But I mean, fuck me. I'm happy to be shouted down on this one.
I think it would be cool if you had like a quest that kicks you off on your first rune. So we all got our first rune's what, level 1, level 2. You got access to a quest. But when you picked up the rune, you would get a hint as to maybe it's a piece of paper that you had to read that gives you a hint where the next rune is.
One, yeah.
You have no idea what rune that is, but at least you'd have some sort of guidance. Go, okay, well, off I go. I'm going to go explore that area now.
Can I raise one ubiquitous? I was gushing to him the other day about this one, and I'll throw it to you, mate. Like, I don't know how many of you guys have played Rogues, but fuck me dead. What was
Deadly Brew?
The Deadly Brew fucking rune. The quest for that is amazing. Is 10 out of 10. Holy shit, they did it. Like, this is the kind of shit that we were thinking of when we were gasbagging with Ale 8 months ago about the epic quest line to get new abilities. This is exactly the kind of fun role-playing thing that came to mind. It was amazing. I did it like 2 days ago, and I was like, oh, this is so cool. I wish there was more like that in the game. Look, they can't all be like that because they take time. I get it. But yeah, ubiquitous. Don't you reckon, like, I don't know what he wants to say.
It's probably the epitome, as far as I've come across. I've only played Warrior Rogue and a little bit of Mage. It's probably the best rune to find, like, and how you get it, especially to the class like fantasy for people that are into being a sneaky prick. And you could say, like, if they could put that level of detail into every rune, it would have been crazy. But obviously, it was an impossible amount of work to do. But it's good to know that they've got that blueprint there, and literally everyone that's done it is like, damn, that's pretty fucking awesome.
Yeah.
So they know that, and maybe we'll see more of it in the future, because it's pretty cool, and it is a bit more breadcrumb, like you said, where if you bother to read in the letter that gets sent to you, and it's like, yeah, go find this dude.
Oh, they pretty much tell you what to do, but I was okay with that. Sorry, Shago.
Yeah, it was just it was a quest. It was a 4-step quest without an actual quest to pick up and a big yellow marking game that kills it for you. Like,
Shago, go for it.
It was cool.
Yeah, so probably sort of along the lines of what Ale was getting at. So, I mean, the most fun I've ever had in World of Warcraft was doing the Hunter Epic quest from Molten Core, so the Rock Relark quest. It's absolutely fantastic. So I'd prefer something along that lines of to know what to do. You know, so it's not figuring out what am I supposed to do. It's just having this open world, don't know where to go, don't know what to do, but just having thing to do be obvious, but it just being epic, just being absolutely fantastic and the most fun you've ever had. So I guess I don't play rogue out of principle because they're dog shit people who play rogue, but
True.
and I don't want to associate with these people.
We like hearing that.
But but I've heard this sentiment often enough that this runes was a lot of fun, and I haven't had any of that. There are complicated runes. Metamorphosis, but it's just a pain, and it's not fun.
Yeah, I would agree. Metamorphosis I did that. My Warlock was my second 25, and I was up in that area, that level range when the discovery was made, and I was trying to keep up. I'm like, okay, these pieces, the bow of and the orb, you need to get those, and I was like, this is not engaging gameplay. Yeah, it's fun to get with a bunch of warlocks. It's fun but I was Horde, and one's deep in Alliance territory in Eastern Kingdoms, and one is as far north as you can go in Darkshore. And I'm just like, this is not very Horde friendly whatsoever. Thankfully, I play on a PvE server, so we weren't dealing with that aspect. But no, that wasn't the end of that quest line. Was pretty cool, but no, I was not a fan. Deadly Brew. I did that quest at 20, so I had no vanish, no distract.
Hell yeah, same, brother. That's the way to do it.
And I just respect subtlety, and I was like, this is terrifying.
No, you're a real gamer. Real gamers do it at 20.
Yeah, I was like, no, wait till you do poison quest. I was like, no, we're getting it, and we got it.
It was so much. I honestly, if you're listening and you haven't done the Deadly Brew rune yet, I would honestly say do it at 20 without vanish, because I see what Punchy is saying, going like, oh mate, you can cheese that one, you don't have to go get the explosive, just talk to the guy to open the door for you and hit vanish, and you skip half the quest line, blah blah blah. Mate, didn't do any of that because I didn't have vanish, so like I was okay with it. I appreciate what you're saying, Punchy, but like there's still a lot more to the quest after you get that door opened. Obviously, you got to do the main part, which is the pickpocketing. But it was just so fun, and yeah, try and do it without vanish and see how you go.
I think part of the reason why that rune felt so good was because it sent you to parts of the world that you wanted to be in anyway, if you were still leveling, vanish or otherwise. Like being level 20. You're probably going to be able to start doing the start at Stone Talon and shit. So you're already there, and that's obviously just tapping back into it's nice to not get sent in the wrong direction for one reason. And it's just tying in with you leveling anyway. It was pretty smooth. The only odd part was waiting. You don't get the mail until you re-enter a major city. The very last bit to actually get it is a bit like, yeah, that's a bit odd.
On the Warlock meta rune, obviously since they've fixed it up a few weeks ago, I did it. Was it last night? I did it last night with Hunk, and like I guess you could argue that I did it the quote unquote intended way by the design by Blizzard. Get a mate, get some help, have a beer, and just chug through this content, and it's supposed to be long and hard. Fucking fine. Yes, I agree with you guys. The stuff at Zoram was painful. We spent 20 minutes just trying to avoid Alliance raids. Really, really struggled to pull an acolyte. Eventually we got it done. It didn't take that long, but it was, tough. Then we wandered off around the world and did all the rest of it. The odd part of it, I don't know about how it was for you other guys on your Warlocks, but the strangest part for me was climbing those towers, and like we did this the unintended way, I guess, where we just, I had Hunk run up to the top of the tower, pull everything, and then we would die up the top and then just corpse hop, and I would loot after we rezzed. But like on the res at the top of the towers, the funny thing is we noticed 2 or 3 other warlocks just waiting there in ghost form, trying to snipe the item from other people who were coming up as well and clearing the rooms for them. Did you guys notice that?
Yeah, that's actually how I got the one in.
That's how you got yours?
I died at the base of the tower, and I was like, I'm going to go suss this thing out. And I go all the way to the top, and I'm like, okay, there's like already an alliance group up here clearing this. I'm just going to res and grab.
Yeah. The snatch and grab is a thing. Like as soon as I res to get, like it doesn't really matter because it's only a problem if you like happen to click the item at the exact same time. But like I resed and two guys resed right next to me and took the item too. And like we all got it, whatever. But like I was like, how fucking long have you guys been waiting for us to come along? Very strange. But anyway, I just don't know. I'm genuinely torn, and I'd love to hear from you guys. How do you feel about being pushed to... I'm not saying this is a good or a bad thing. I really haven't made my mind up. How do you feel about being pushed to, like, you know, kill level 29, level 30 mobs to get runes?
I would say I kind of... another example of actually Alliance, I'm a Horde. I got my... when I went to go get Raging Blow on my warrior, I was over in the Red Ridge region, and I was like, you know what? I know I have a rune down in Duskwood, so I went down, and I can assure you I died enough times to turn all my gear red to get the loot the thing to summon the Lich guy down in the catacombs. And I got down there, and I just kept waving at these two Alliance guys because they were down there. They were just farming the zombies, and I was just slash wave, slash wave, slash wave. Summon the guy, run away, slash point, and they charge in and start, you know, beating the hell out of this Lich for me. They killed him. I looted him. I was like level 12 or something, and it was cool to not be able to go solo. And that's with my hunter. I was people are like telling me where to get Aspect of the Lion, or at the time was Aspect of the Lion, and I knew that all the Horde people would be over farming Dark Iron Ordnance, so I just /who Wetlands found a Warlock, said, hey, invite for a raid, and then I get over there and they're like, wait a minute, you're level 11, and I was like, yeah, you guys want to go kill this bird thing with me? And then this whole raid of guys who are farming Dark Iron Ordnance just drops everything they're doing and escorts me to this bird in the back of the spider cave and kills it for me. So I mean, I got a lot of good community moments for it. So I really enjoyed that kind of social aspect that you're not going to be able to do it just go alone and get it all.
And I'm guessing that was the intent. I mean, like I said, I had to get together with my mate Hunk to do it. You had to get the help of other people. How about you other guys? Do you feel, are you on board with like they're pushing us to harder mobs so we have to get some friends? Or would you prefer, oh, why can't I kill level 25s for this, blah, blah, blah?
Yeah, I mean, again, the Divine Storm quest was like extremely hard, but because there were so many people when it was found doing it, it kind of trivialized it. So I guess to that, it's not terrible. But if like you were, you know, the average player trying to do it solo, like that would never happen.
Yeah, I didn't particularly like the warrior collect the helm from that place in Red Ridge just being Horde, because it was like there was only two of us in the zone and we had to use like engineering dummies and intimidating shout and intentionally do that twice for both of us to get it and then leave, because otherwise it was impossible to do. So that was a bit lame, but that's just because I wasn't there for the first wave because it was an ult and there was fuck all anyone else interested in doing it. That's a little bit lame, and I don't know how people are going to manage going forward unless you just get a high level to come help you, which some people like. I think that's a bit lame, like to go have to get a level 40 friend. Hey, come kill this whole castle for me because I'm leveling a warrior 3 months later. But that remains to be seen. They could actually make them available through rep or something like the old runes. Who knows?
Just for FYI, the reverse side of being an Alliance warrior and having to go to SFK for the other part of that quest is just bad.
But at least you're doing that in a party. That's an instance that's organized, and you're never going in there solo, and you want Premades in there.
I don't know. I would skip SFK any day of the week if I could.
All right.
Just so far off, and I mean, yeah. Let's talk about other phases. I really don't like, sort of the BFD rate being so far off, especially for and I'm really worried about next phase coming and Sky Monastery being obviously hot point for everyone to go, even if it's not the raid. It's lots of dungeons, and it's just being so far away.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to
Full on.
see if they. I don't know if they do anything for that. We'll just have to wait and see. But I just want to bring up one thing. Wonder, you should have shouted this out to me at the time. Don't be shy just to fucking yell something out mid podcast. It doesn't bother me. But I'll bring up the question you raised a couple of hours ago. That's pertinent now, talking about phase 2, because I was earlier mentioning how I don't like looking up the gear coming in the next raid, and how I once again will say that I think Wowhead are fuckheads for publishing that kind of shit. But anyway, your question was, well, Josh, if you don't want to see the loot for the next phase, how do you feel about seeing the runes for the next phase? And again, I'm an asshole because I'm like, I can't decide. I'd love to hear from you guys. Like, we got the rune previews going into the launch of the game, and that helped people decide what classes they might want to pick. A lot of us have leveled so many alts. I'm still in two minds about what class to push going forward into phase 2. I'm enjoying so many of them. Would access to the rune info help my decision on what to focus on in phase 2? Absolutely. But that does conflict against my desire to discover. I really don't know how I feel about this. Would you guys prefer to go into phase 2 without the runes being revealed, or do you absolutely want to know so that you can know which alt you can pick to go forward with?
That's a tricky question.
It is. It's a tough one.
Yeah.
25 to 40 is a bit more of a time investment.
Mhm.
It's not just going to be like a few hours, like 10, 15 hours or whatever. And that's a curly one, man. You've got me, eh? I don't know.
I mentioned this before the game came out, and I really just continue to fucking hammer it home now as we move closer and closer to phase 2. Like, it's been amazing that this game has been Season of Alt so far. Like, I don't think I'm the only person out there. A few of you are on this call with 4 or 5 level 25s. I know that, like, hey, Josh, you turbo nerd, you play too much WoW. I don't have the time for that. That's fine. If you're a casual gamer that's only had the time for 1 level 20, 1 level 25, whatever it might be, we're not here to shame you for that. That's, you're the one with the regular lifestyle. That's great. But there are a bunch of people out there that do have 3, 4, 5 alts. Fucking Squirrel's got them all. But real hard choices are about to be made going forward in phase 2, where I think it is unfortunate that we're only going to have to pick like maybe 2, maybe 3 of those alts and go, look, I'm really only going to have time for these ones. I actually had a wild concept, and I'd love to once again be shouted down on this one. Do you guys feel that it's okay, let's run with that, this is WoW, make your hard choices and pick 2 alts and drag them up to level 40? Or would you like to see some form of a system that allows people to take multiple alts through with them to level 40? Like, when I say something wild, and this is fucking wild, call me an idiot, like once you get your first character to level 40, you get an item that speeds up the leveling process for your next alt or something like that. Do you think that's ridiculous or what?
It certainly solves the dilemma of feeling like you've made an incorrect choice if you don't know what runes exist.
How do people feel?
It would be like the issue with heirlooms, right? Like, heirlooms are essentially what you'd be asking for here.
I
with
guess,
the bonus
yeah,
XP.
I guess, yeah.
And I don't know, like, I think I'd rather not have them.
Yeah, it feels a little uncomfortable, doesn't it?
Yeah. I mean, the reason I bring this up is because when I looked at, say, the Boomkin runes pre-release, I looked and went, oh my fucking god, these are going to be shit. And as someone who wants to play a Boomkin main and actually do damage, it was almost giving me anxiety. And I wanted to scream from the rooftops going, this needs to be buffed to no end just to be able to consider using the rune. And specifically, we'd be talking about Star Surge. And I already have my concerns that Fury of Storm Rage is basically a dead rune slot at level 60. And so I want to know what those runes are going to be in the future, just to kind of go, oh my god, this is not going to solve the problem that potentially could be coming. But at the same time, I want the joy of going, oh my fucking God, look at this thing. This is awesome. And not knowing it's coming.
I just want to get on this tangent one sec. Sorry. Zim has just mentioned, and I was just about to talk about this, so I'm glad he's raised it. Zim said, Josh, you know, they're bringing out expedited leveling anyway for previous phases, so there's no need to give anything more, like they're looking after you and your ults. I've thought about this, Zim, and I actually disagree in that whilst that's all well and good, I don't think that solves the problem of like people having to leave ults behind, because you get the expedited experience up to 25, but then you've still got to go through the haul of 25 to 40 on your other ults after you've done it once or twice on your quote unquote mains. It's not a big deal. This really isn't a big deal. And I know people are going to be like, Josh, you're turning it into retail. But I'm just like, a lot of players have leveled, well, not a lot, but some players have leveled 3 or 4 ults. And I know it'll break people's hearts to have to leave 2 of them behind. But if you ultimately don't do anything, it's fine. It's not game breaking. It's just, I don't know, something I was pie in the sky thinking about.
Yeah, I'd like to chip in. This might be copian, you know, as in I might have as many ults as I do right now if the things were different. Because I just thought to myself, I think the reason why I have so many ults is because I don't know where the meta is going to end. I don't know where, you know, I don't know what my role is going to be with this class or with this spec.
But that won't change, Shagger. That's my point. Is like we're all hedging.
Exactly.
We're all hedging our bets and playing multiple classes because we don't know where this is going.
Exactly. Yeah, but fantasy world. I know what runes are coming. I know what the meta is going to be. Like, let's say it's 2019. You know, I pick one class, one spec, and go for it all the way. And now I've got 4 or 5 twinks because I just don't know what I want to play when I'm level 60.
Zim, you there, mate?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm back. Yeah, basically going on what I'm saying is I don't think they need to necessarily add an additional XP like easement or anything like that. Yes, I think it's healthy for people to like kind of pick their 1 to 3 alts or however many they're going to move forward with. Ultimately, you play what you're having the most fun with. So like me, I have 5 alts right now, 3 25s and then 2 that are on the way. But like the top 3 I'm playing, I'm having the most fun playing, and that's why I only have 3. But yeah, I mean, it sucks to make that choice, but I think it's a healthy choice to be made.
Let me tell you why I'm getting crazy with this point, Zim. And I've been thinking more about this over the last week, where I'm like, even though we all knew this pre-launch, it's like, this is season of discovery. This is one-time thing. You know what I mean? Like, you can't go back and play Season of Mastery. Like, it's fucking done. Now, I know they've said they'll probably do Season of Discovery era. Cool. That's great. You can maybe play this in some form of perpetuity going on, but it's not going to be, maybe it won't be overly popular. Maybe it will. Who knows? It's a gamble. But I really look at this thing as a bit of a one and done, right? And I'm getting so much FOMO over the classes because I'm like, if I don't try Warlock tanking, I might not ever get to do this again. If I don't try Rogue tanking, if I don't try Mage healing, this is my only fucking opportunity to do it. So they've really incentivized getting out there and ulting it up and fucking seeing all these wild and crazy and fun new changes they've brought to Classic. And I just like, it sucks that people don't have the time to try them all. And it's not like, there's a lot of players out there that absolutely is like, mate, I've only got time for one class. I've had to pick one and fucking go with it. That's totally fine. But the game has like thrown so much cool new shit out at us that it's been like incentivizing you just to roll the fuck out of as many classes as you can. And now I'm talking to a bunch of people that are like, yeah, man, I got my Shaman, got my fucking I got my Warlock, got my Priest, got my fucking Hunter. I was bragging to Hunk the other night, going like, hey, mate, guess who's got fucking 5 level 25s now? And he goes, me too, dickhead. And I was like, are you fucking serious? People are doing it. And I'm just like, it breaks my heart to think that at a certain point, I will have to stop experiencing the fun new changes with some of these classes because I won't have the time to keep on with them. And I know by saying this, I'm treading a very dangerous line because I'm not just saying like, hey, mate, make leveling take 2 seconds, turn this into retail. Everyone should be every class. But like, it's a fucking 1 year or 18-month thing. Does it matter? I'm not sure I know the answer. Zim, I'm rambling. Hit me.
No, you're good, man. No, I totally see where you're coming from. Like, it's all about the fun per second, right? And there's so much fun to be had in all these different classes, and trying to pick one that you're going to carry, one or a few, handful, whatever, that you want to carry through to the very end is going to be extremely difficult. But I mean, we did it in Classic Era too, or not Era, Original Classic when it came out too.
True.
You had your 1, 2, 3. And so I think this is something similar. But as we mentioned on the podcast previously, they might extend the length of it later phases, but we just don't know yet. But I mean, there's always that moment you're playing your main and you're like, I want to try something different. And you might go back to that level 25 that you let sit there for a while. So I think it's still good to bank those alts and revisit them from time to time, you know?
I know what I'm explaining is basic MMO choice. Like, that's how MMOs work. Like, you pick a class, you roll with it. That's just the choice that you've made. If you want to go back and do something else later, try and find the time, whatever. And it's tough to be like, of course not everyone can be everything, but it's so hard for me to reconcile with this thought of like, I leveled my rogue right now for insurance because I'm like, I know, even though they're not particularly fun now, rogue tanks are going to be turned into something awesome. I just fucking know it. And if I get to 60 and this rogue tank wasn't dragged along for the fucking Ferrari it's going to be at level 60, I'll have FOMO. And it's just eating me up inside.
Well, what's stopping you from like just if you did not bring your rogue forward, right? And say you're playing your warrior, and then all of a sudden you see this rogue tank out there kicking ass. What's stopping you from being like, all right, well, I'm going to take a week, I'm going to level that rogue, and then you get back into the game that way?
Because I still think it'd be like, you'd probably feel that way about multiple classes, but then also that elevated experience. Well, I mean, I guess we don't really know what's going to happen once we get to 60, but I was going to say that elevated experience stops at a certain point where now you don't get your 1.5 times or whatever they're going to do. You still have to grind out the old-fashioned way. Here's 50 to 60 taking 5 hours per level, and you're going to go, oh, fucking, I do not want to do that.
So it's your XP and you need it now.
Well, it's more so that, like, I don't know. I'm fucking out of control. I don't know what I want. I want everything.
Isn't
just level all
a great game design?
Yeah, no, and it is. That's absolutely kudos to the team. They've designed a lot of things with the classes that are great. The only class I've not wanted to play is Priest, and there's nothing wrong with Priest. Priests are incredibly strong. It's just not singing to me personally at this time. Every fucking class I've played, and I've played them all pretty much except for Druid and Priest, has been a lot of fun, and I've just wanted to keep going.
But I think that is part of the draw, where it's like you want to finish the speech with them wanting more rather than it feeling as though you're finished or you're kind of step off kind of thing, you know what I'm saying? So it's like you kind of want to finish this season with, I wish I got to play Warlock, and then it's like, well, we have a Classic Plus, or you know what I mean, or something like that kind of like it is that kind of like leaving them wanting more kind of thing.
But that's the thing. But what if it is done? Like this is my point. Like, I am operating on the proviso that this is it. This is the only time you get to play this iteration of these classes. Do you know what I mean?
Fantastic.
Oh yeah, but that's the like I said, the draw to get something else out of this. Do you know what I mean? Like, in terms of just like an upfront, it's like, yeah, it is what it is. Sometimes like you'll want to go. You'll go left, and the right answer was right. But on the flip side to it as well, it does kind of, you do have that kind of like, let's say, like reward kind of like aspect, or that at least that choice that we should say. Sorry, like we said earlier, it's like if you do kind of like, give everyone time and all that kind of stuff, it's kind of it kind of loses the kind of the here and now value, or the kind of, let's say for players like me who only ever play one class, like we're kind of like sitting around here kind of going, well, I already got my bank space, I already got some like gold in the bank, I'm kind of like, I'm waiting for phase 2 to roll out, like, hopefully sooner rather than later kind of thing, whereas you're kind of going, nah, give me like a couple more weeks. You know what I mean?
It's so tough because I'm like, I realize the implications of what I'm saying, and I'm like, I'm so torn where I'm like, I want to play everything, but I also don't want retail, and I just don't know how to reconcile with this position. But anyway, guys, we'll move.
Josh,
Sorry,
can I
go.
step in real quick?
Yeah, go, mate.
Do you remember the first time I got in a call with you? It was with you and North, and I was the doomer on SOD.
Yeah, I remember.
I was the one. Yeah, I have completely flipped. Like, I think this is the best thing since sliced bread, and what I hear from you is first world problems. Like, I have the greatest game ever, and I can't play enough of it.
Get him. No, it's 100%. You're spot on, and people should be fucking. You're right to hammer me for this, but it's like, what a wonderfully like gifted position to be in. Where like we're enjoying this game so much, we don't have enough time to do all the things we want to do. It's like Blizzard is laughing hearing this, going like, oh, so it's a problem that you can't get all these cool classes up to 60. Okay, guy.
Yeah, I will say I sympathize with you, Josh. Rogue was my 8th character I started, and actually I probably wasn't even going to make one until I had 7, and in addition, until you guys, a few calls ago, I think you talked about the Deadly Brew quest, and I will say that now having leveled the Rogue was probably my #1 leveling experience. I, like, literally from start to finish, that was just such a fun 1 to 25, and that was literally the class I was like, this will be the class I hate the most out of all of the classes coming through SOD, and turns out it's my favorite. So, who knows what's going to happen in the
Mate,
next phase.
you and I are the same. We're the same person. That's literally been my experience with the Rogue as well. I wasn't going to level 1 inside. I basically said no, and I did all the other classes first. As I said, like, I've just done this Rogue now. The only other class I haven't done is the Priest. So it was like, second last or whatever. And thought I was going to hate it. Fucking loved it. But I'll say one thing just to sort of slightly tweak your answer, Squirrel. And I want to see if you agree with me on this. Whilst the Rogue was arguably the most fun leveling experience, it was easily the most brutal. The tuning they've done on Malay leather wearers is insanity.
Oh, you get chunked. I thankfully I think I did 2 RFC runs and 2 Wailing Caverns runs, so I was out leveled the quest I was doing by a couple levels, so I didn't experience quite the devastating physical blows, but I still died. Only my Shaman and my Warrior died more than my Rogue.
My Warrior and Rogue have easily died the most of all the classes I've leveled, and it's not close. Like, the Rogue just got fucking his ass kicked. But you obviously get, as everyone says, much more powerful once you get your poisons and everything, and you feel it immediately. So yeah, guys, just wrapping up on the thing I brought up before, sorry, real quick, and then we're going to tear through each of these classes for about 5 or 10 minutes each. Does anyone want to see the runes before the next phase, or do you want to discover them along the way?
I'm kind of in both boats. I mean, I would love to see what the runes are going to be, but with that is going to come all the speculations and all the content videos of the new metas and stuff like that. So to that, finding it along the way, I think would be nice. But I'm kind of like either or. I would love to see them because I want to be excited about it. But
it's easy. It's easy publicity, isn't it? It's easy on the PR tour.
Yeah, I suspect. Well, obviously you never know, but I suspect there won't be any like meta breaking stuff coming. There's not going to be new roles. There's not going to be priest tanks and stuff like that. So that kind of eased me off the point to know it. Like, okay, I don't really care if I'm going to get X ability I know from, let's say, Lich King, or if it's the other one from BC, or something. As long as my class doesn't change, I don't really mind what specific rune is.
I don't want to know beforehand because I don't want to listen to what's min-max meta for me before we even get there. And on the other side, I just don't want to hear about people fucking crying about the runes that they don't even get to play with yet because they've interpreted them as weak.
And then all the videos that come out a month later, Ubiquitous saying we were wrong, but here are the actual right answers now.
Yeah, I don't want to. What we didn't get Cloak of Shadows on Rogue. This is bullshit. It's like, just fucking wait till we get there and find out, then complain. I don't want to listen to complaints while we're supposed to be having fun on the game.
All right, on that note, guys, let's talk about our hopes and predictions for each class moving forward, or even just maybe a little bit of talking about issues for each class. Now, I want to start off with the Shaman. Zim's still here. Zim is still here. Mate, real quick, just 5 to 10 minutes on Shaman. We'll get Spooky in here as well. Look, mate, I am so in love with Shaman. We don't need to. We've all talked about our love for Shaman tanking. Yeah, okay. Everyone's rated. Everyone's either played or seen a Shaman tank in action. We get it. Their threat is insane. They're like a Ferrari to drive. It's fantastic. It's been really interesting for me to see them come up as like the quote unquote best option. And like, not that people are being necessarily picky about their tanks, but they fucking love seeing a Shaman tank join the raid. I really want to keep driving this thing moving forward. Any thoughts about Shaman tanking moving into phase 2?
I think honestly, them using a shield more, because right now the meta seems to be dual wielding with water shield, which is fine. It's just mainly for mana regen.
I don't do it. I hate it. I refuse to tank without Molten Blast.
I did it tonight, and I'll say it felt better because I could press my buttons more often than just being mana starved the entire time. But it just felt wrong. It felt dirty. You know, it felt like I was Fury Prot tanking back in Classic, which just is a dirty thing for me. If something could be arranged for, I know if Way of Earth could scale, or Shield Specialization, whatever it is, that you block and you get your mana back.
Yeah.
If that scales a little bit more to where you get more percentage of your mana back, I think that'd be a good thing. That way they're actually using, a one hand and a shield as, I think a tank should. Dual wield tanking is a bit awkward for me, and I know rogue tank is a thing now, and even, being a meta tank with a staff or one-hander and off-hander is a thing. But for Shaman, I think it should be that one-hander and shield, and you should get a bit more mana back when you actually do block.
I do agree. I'll say, like, if they don't change anything, it's not the end of the world. They're incredibly strong. And I've been saying to my guilds, like, if you're playing a Shaman tank, like, it's very clearly meant to be just a little bit of an exercise in restraint. You're not supposed to press all of your buttons all the time unless you are truly going for Pass Lord status, popping a mana pot and going hell for leather. Okay, sure, fine, go nuts. But like, if you're moving from pack to pack, you don't necessarily hit every Molten Blast. You don't necessarily hit every full rank Earth Shock. You might have to maybe go a couple of seconds without hitting a button every now and again, which I know the game's not fun when we're not pressing our buttons, but I think that the amount of button pressing that goes on the Shaman tank is totally fine. But yeah, don't get me wrong, I would not be complaining if they upped it to, like, a little bit more mana back on a block, so I really am hitting that Molten Blast every fucking time would be phenomenal. But it's just been, I still just gush about it. Like, if you have not played a Shaman tank and you're in any way, shape or form interested in tanking, fucking stop what you're doing and go roll a Shaman right now.
Oh yeah, it's the Cadillac, man. Like, it's so smooth. Earth Shock and Molten Blast, and nobody's ripping anything off of you right now, especially the 25 bracket. I think that'll change a little bit going into the next bracket, but honestly, I still think it'll be a very strong tank moving forward.
Any other issues for the Shaman before we go to another class? Like, I've not really played Enhance or Ellie yet, so I don't know. I've not played Resto yet. I don't care. I think I still predict that we're getting Maelstrom for Enhance, and if we do, I would fucking love it. It would be one of my favorite things to see come to Season of Discovery, along with maybe a cheeky shockwave for warrior. But what do you think about the other shaman playstyle, Zim?
Yeah, so I think Elemental's struggling a little bit right now, but in Classic they've traditionally struggled just with mana usage and stuff like that. But the enhancement round, I think they're in an okay spot for the bracket. But yeah, like we talked about in the Shaman call a while ago, if they got Maelstrom, that puts them in a really, really good spot. I think they'd be competitive with the other melee, honestly. But yeah, Maelstrom would be the hugest thing for even for Elemental. I mean, it'd be great.
Yeah. No constructive criticism. Anything we need to say before we move on to another class that the devs should hear?
Josh, can I say one thing and then I'm gonna bounce out? I'm gonna shit on a couple classes.
Go for it, Drew.
I would love for paladins and shaman tanks to carry and like get funneled all the gear up until 60, and then they both just get shit on. Like shamans go in and they just get squished like one hit by the first boss in Molten Core, and then like paladin tanks can't like keep any threat, so it's just
you mean like
wipe.
keep their role as dungeon tanks or something?
Yeah, well, no, I just want their souls crushed because I despise, like, loathe shamans and paladins.
Okay.
And
this is prime warrior hate
so I
right
would
now.
just love for their souls to just get crushed.
I see.
And they're like, oh, we're going to be like TBC tanks. And no, fuck you guys.
You can hear the rage bar building.
And,
I love it. Keep it coming. Keep it coming.
Yeah, that's it, bro.
And then I think the only way Boomy should be good is deep fried in hot grease. Just give me my fried chicken.
Very good.
That's
there you
it.
go. Sending the hate. I love it. No, all good, Drew. Thanks for chiming in, mate. We'll see you on the next recording. Have a good one, brother.
Thank you, sir.
All good, man. Hey, Spook. Hey, sorry I let you in the call before and I haven't said hello yet. How are you, mate?
Doing fine. How are you?
Good. Sorry, mate. Was there something we said earlier that you wanted to chime in on?
Oh, you were talking about the classes. I was waiting for you to talk about Priest, the one you're not playing.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's do it now. I need a priest. I know nothing about it. Mate, any thoughts, concerns, commentary, criticisms moving forward into phase 2 for priests?
Priest is my only class. I don't have time to play any alts, so I only play my priests. And I got into BFD pretty early. Like as soon as I hit 25, I ended up getting into a pug and out-healed a mage. That was fun.
Mm-hmm.
Just fresh 25.
They're very strong. Priests are very, very strong.
Yeah, prayer mending and penance are kind of busted.
They sure are. They're very, very good. I mean, is it just the case where just more of that moving forward? Are there any spells that you don't have that you kind of cheekily wish you do get in phase 2? Nothing you can, off the top of your head, Spooky, that you wish you could do with your priests?
No, I can't think of anything off the top of my head at the moment. No, I'm sorry.
But you're enjoying it.
I'm kind of happy with where it's at, really.
Yeah.
And I'm excited to see more.
That's all that matters.
The one thing
kind of how I feel about my priest too.
Sorry, go Shagger.
Yeah, the thing I'd say about I've had more on priests than most other classes is so the runes being all pretty good, and I didn't know. Obviously, it sounds really whack to say, "Oh no, I've got so many choices," but I didn't like sort of. I can just have a little bit of fun. I just like to have a lot of fun and have all of the abilities most of the time, and not just because of the throughput. It's just sort of why do I have to decide between penance and circle of healing? It's like Jesus Christ.
I kind of feel you on that.
Or sort of have this sort of raid, quote unquote raid rune as in with the homunculi. And so, okay, but I have to give up so much. It's such a good ability for the raid to have something fun.
It's a good overall conversation. It's Spooky. Sorry, I'll throw it to you to chime in on as well if you felt the same as the way on your priest. But for everyone in general, like I meant to say this earlier, do you feel like Blizzard has, and this must be incredibly tough on their part design-wise, but do you feel like they've nailed their slot selection for runes going where? Like, obviously there's meant to be very tough choices, but do you feel like they've like got it all right, or there's a couple that like, oh, they missed this synergy that would have been perfect?
I think they make, like, a priest especially. I mean, I really do think you need to make that decision. Do I want this really strong one target heal and penance, or do I want this really, really strong, party wide heal and circle of healing? As Spooke said, I think it was Spooke said, you got homunculi or you have prayer of mending, which are homunculi. I mean, it's basically instant full sunder, instant thunderclap, instant demoralizing shout on the boss you're fighting. So it ramps up your melee incredibly fast, protects your tank incredibly fast. I think those choices do make it a lot more interesting. When we run our BFD, we single heal it with a priest, and he runs circle of healing, which blows my mind. But that's the only way he can really. Only way you can single heal that. We single heal, single tank, and it's he's an absolute legend. Shout out to Nosk on in Pup on Wild Growth. But yeah, he's a machine. But I would say priest, it's very much make this really strong decision or make this other one, because you are getting both.
So yeah, I'm sort of thinking it through. Maybe the biggest issue is not that I have to make the choice between penance and circle of healing, or prayer of healing and homunculi. It's that the chest rune is bullshit either way. You've got two slots which are so important and such a difficult decision, and then the third slot doesn't matter. You don't even have to put a rune there because it doesn't matter.
I'm totally with you on
rage tank.
I'm totally with you on runes being extremely difficult to choose between in each slot. I want all of them, and it sucks.
Don't we all? Don't we all? All right, guys, we'll move on to the next class. Let's talk about Ubiquitous Rogues, mate. My new favorite class now that I've leveled one over the last couple of days. Mate, I want to talk about rogue tanking for 2 seconds because I've not done it yet. I wish I'd done it before we recorded so I knew what I was talking about, but I don't, and I haven't. Mate, the feedback I'm hearing so far on rogue tanking, you don't see many of them. People seem a little bit down on it. Look, is it getting undersold at the moment? But also my big thing on it is I can see the rogue tank glow up coming down the road. I can just fucking see it. So that's why I leveled one, knowing that something is going to be done about this. How do you feel about it?
I pretty much only ever offer to be the off tank, and that's just to get into runs. There's definitely some things missing, but like you said, it'll probably just get fixed down the road. Can't get everything now. I feel like Rogue suffers a little bit like Feral Druid in that your other spec is just so much better. Like, we're equal best DPS in the game with Warriors, but we have a few fights in BFD that you help cheese with bleeds and stuff. But
yeah, so the choice is, can you be the worst tank or the best DPS?
Yeah, and it's the same, that's probably how a lot of Shamans feel. It's like, why on earth would you play Ellie and do less damage than a Priest wanding when you can just be the best tank in the game? That's why you don't see any Enhance or Elemental Shamans. But yeah, on Rogue, there's definitely something missing. It doesn't feel fun to play at the moment because, to be the tank, you have to use up 2 of your rune slots minimum. You have to have Flesh Wound and Blade Dance. So unlike others, you just change 1. And then on top of that, you only really need an off tank for Akamai now. And Jesus, he slaps my ass. He absolutely beats me to a pulp, and I feel bad for the healer for the whole 10 seconds I tank while the main tank drops stacks. And then
does he at least pull your hair?
Nah, not really. He
just spits in his face.
It just feels bad, and then you're just stuck with these shit runes that you can't because you're such a good DPS class. I can't even DPS properly from off tank without pulling threat back. So it's kind of a cursed chalice there, even though you don't have your DPS runes on. Just me spamming Saber Slash will often pull threat back off the tank, at least on pull as well. So it just feels a bit yuck at the moment, but I'm not much of a fucking doomsayer of like, oh, it's garbage, fuck you, you're ruining my life. It's like, I'm sure it'll get better. But it's not pretty at the moment. It's a rough ride. It's like driving a really old car these days that have no power steering and shit, in my opinion. It's like, it works, but there are some luxuries that everyone else is enjoying that you're not, like air conditioning.
The boys are saying in chat that they seem to have seen some road tanks doing okay on the damage front, taking less damage than a Shaman tank. But I mean, it's obviously going to be like a case by case basis. But like, I don't know. It's the new toy. It's one of the several new toys we've gotten, and I cannot see them possibly leaving it by the wayside. That's why I'm like, I want to see that 100% they will overcorrect. That's how MMOs work. It's underperforming now, and they won't just lift it up. They will massively overcorrect. The rogue tanks day is coming.
Well, especially with just the design philosophy around it, it's going to be it does actually feel relatively tanky. It's just that randomly the boss will actually hit you with 3 attacks and a spell, and 80% of your HP is gone, and then he won't touch you for another 20 seconds.
Yeah,
we'll get a buff, and we'll just become untouchable, like we've worried about on previous pods. So.
Right.
We'll see what happens.
But my hopes and dreams for every class and spec in the game is just like, and Blizzard is already doing this for most of them, is just make it fun, just make it interactive, make it a blast to play. And from my mind, the Shaman tank is the prototype. It's an incredibly fun and interactive class to play. It's got procs, it's got, dots you throw around, you throw a fucking totem in the ground, you've got AoE, you've got single target, it's just got everything, and it's a fucking fun thing to play. And that's the mark that like you just use that for all your other tanks and go, okay, we don't want them to play the same, but we want them to be as fun as this one. And so like I was trying to think about what you do with the rogue tank, and I guess like I don't know, I had some shit ideas where I was like, everyone just says fan of knives, and I'm like, you can get deeper than just saying fan of knives. I was like, fuck. If you do give it fan of knives, maybe, I don't know, people yell at me, I'm just suggesting things, but I'm like, maybe make it a cone so it's as fun trying to group things together rather than just hitting a button and you don't have to think. Maybe give them something that like they build a stack of dodges, and when they get 3 stacks of 3 dodges in a row, they get like fucking, coward punch or something like that as a proc. I don't know, some shit. Like they can make them more fun.
I know. I've been a fan of like Mike's suggestion where you counterattack things, but then at the same time, I would like something a bit more involved. Like I actually like the idea of potentially a frontal cone of like, I don't know if anyone played D4 Rogue, but the like the star toss, and you throw like 3 out at an angle, and it gets obviously wider the further they are. I would think something like that just thematically would be pretty cool, because rogues have forever actually not used jack shit to do with throwing.
And if you're worried about their DPS, you could just make it high threat, low DPS.
Yeah, that's it. Tapering in tank DPS is so easy for them. Just make it do fuck all, high threat, and everyone's happy. That would be something. I will just say, I know some people just love it because it can be overpowered in situations, but I'll be bitterly disappointed if we just get fan of knives.
I will be too. I don't. My hot take on rogue tanking, I don't think fan of knives is the answer. I think it's actually, and to be fair, like a lot of people have been thinking this for a while now. The boys on fucking Bob's podcast mentioned this as well, and I think a lot of people are on the same page. It is a brain dead, fucking stupid ability where if you can just sit there and spam that and never have to think and just get AoE threat on everything, like I don't think that's overly engaging.
No, it wouldn't be, and I just don't think it really suits vanilla to have AoE in a circle around yourself as like a rogue. Like in Wrath, everyone's got that shit. So, but spinning is a warrior's job in Classic. They do all the spinning, but it would be. Yeah, I don't think fans to play, I would like to see them do something with energy so you get to press more buttons as a tank. Even if, like we said, they do less damage. Like, every dodge gives you energy refund, and then you can just press more of our random little abilities that do high threat. That might help because obviously if you're tanking 5 mobs, you're dodging from 5 mobs, you have fuckloads of energy. Now you can actually AoE tank, but still individually. You're not just pressing one button that cleaves 4 things. You would still have individual target management, but you'd have the energy to actually do it. At the moment, I pressed 3 Saber Slashes, just stand still for 4 more seconds.
What if they implemented something like Blade Flurry or something like that for rogue tanking?
Well, you can, like, we're going to get that from the talent tree. And it's very clunky because it just cleaves the nearest target and you have, like, to wiggle it around. And if you gave us the toggleable version from Kata, if it's still 2 targets, like, it would be so... You do it in MC, like when you want to cleave an add in the boss, or you want to cleave 2 adds, you have to position your rogue in a particular way to the adds, so it's the nearest one to your target and all that kind of shit. That would be so horrible to do on trash. Your tank would constantly be like strafing backwards to get his cleave on the right 2 that he wants to cleave for threat reasons. It would just be a bit janky, I think.
I already strafe backwards a lot on my Shaman for that Molten Blast.
Yeah, so... And I like this. They got opportunities. I'm keen to see something. There's no way they just let us be single target dodge bots, or at least I hope not. I could see them doing it, but I'd be disappointed if that's the case.
Anything outside of tanking before we go to the next class about rogues in the next phase?
No, like the rotation's pretty fun. It's actually pretty wicked how easy it is to lose your Deadly Brew stacks while running Deadly Brew. Like, you would think that it would almost never drop off while you're completely autoing the boss, but somehow it does, and then that makes your other rune, like, you have no control in it staying up. Purely bad RNG drops it off, and it completely negates the 3rd rune that you have on your DPS set. Like, you can't use the ability unless there's stacks on the boss.
I'm not following. What do you mean the Deadly Brew stacks fall off?
So you know how you auto and it gives you instant poison, but puts deadly poison up as well.
Yeah.
You can only cast in Venom when you have Deadly Brew on the target. If it falls off, you can't cast You can't cast in Venom.
When you said Deadly Brew, do you mean Deadly Poison, right?
Well, yeah, Deadly Brew puts Deadly Poison up.
Yeah. So you cast in Venom when you've got stacks of Deadly Poison up. Yeah.
Yep. But if they fall off, you can't cast in Venom, and in Venom is another whole rune.
Right.
And it's your main it's the one that you really want to spend as long as.
So you're saying in general you don't like being in the hands of RNG like that?
Yeah, like I can have 100% uptime on a boss for 15 seconds or 12 seconds, and my deadly stacks will just fall off, even though I'm autoing with Saber / casts and everything. Somehow it will, and with Wild Strikes, it will just fall off through dog shit luck. And you really, really don't want to cast in Venom until you're back at 5 stacks. But you'll never get to 5 stacks quickly without casting in Venom.
Are Shiv and Venom on the same slot?
Yeah. Beg your pardon?
Are Shiv and Venom on the same slot?
Yes, I believe so. I don't have Shiv. I haven't actually gone and bought it.
Because wouldn't Shiv, if you could...
All the things are on the same
Yeah,
slot, aren't they?
you don't want to run Shiv. Like, the fact that, like, Deadly isn't that much of a DPS increase, it letting you in Venom for 1200 damage crits is where your damage comes from.
Yeah.
And it's just lame that it can fall off completely out of your hands.
Assassination Rogue is going to be stupid, isn't it, moving forward?
Yeah. Well, that's the other thing. I think it might mutilate, or maybe not mutilate, but yeah, I think something to do with poisons might pop off in the future with all the talents down the tree that makes it do more. Like, if there's a rune that if it does more damage. At the moment, poisons don't do a huge amount, but they could with a rune to make them spicy. I don't know, but that's my only quarrel. It feels really fucking lame when you're literally essentially playing right, and RNG makes your dot fall off, and you literally can't cast the spell that's supposed to help you keep that dot up.
Yep.
Just feels pretty yuck.
Someone else is going to jump in there.
Oh yeah, I was just going to say that on the next talents we get for assassination is a 4% increase or 20% increased damage by poisons, and then there's also a talent for a 10% increased chance to apply your poison. So we're definitely going to have them coming online on the assassination tree in the next phase. So
it's probably one of those. I'm a big fan of don't buff it and then take it away from me. I think that talent will probably solve this deadly poison falling off issue. But it's just felt like crap the whole phase. That's all.
Fair enough. Mate, we'll move on to the next class, but one last quick question on Rogue before I do. Ubiquitous. Mate, am I fucking up I'm at 22. I've obviously just got 3 more levels to go to 25. It's not a big deal, but stupid question. Am I dumb for using Mutilate 22 to 25 for leveling?
No, I mean, you can make it work. I felt like between the eyes and backstabbing was the way to go. It was the only way where I could make something not kill me and I could kill it.
Yeah.
If you just go face to face, it would wreck you. But yeah, you can make Mutilate work. It's
it's a fun button to press.
Yeah, it won't be as bad now that you got actual poisons.
Yeah.
You do have poisons now?
Yeah, I've got it all now.
Yeah. That makes it a lot less sucky.
Yeah. No, it's a fun button to press. I've gone with it.
You can do whatever you like once you got poisons. That suddenly makes killing things easy.
Oh, that's good. That's good. All right. Boys, let's talk about Warlocks. Who's a Warlock here who wants to quickly discuss what Warlocks, what they want for Warlocks moving forward into Phase 2? No one. No.
I've got a Warlock. I have everything. But,
yeah, go for it.
I'd like to see Demonology actually be a
come
thing.
online. Yeah.
Yeah, and then that with Fell Hunter coming, that's one of typically our better pets. There's also just a lot of those interfaces down the line that increase that, and then I'm sure that's going to make a Demonic Pact. Actually, I haven't seen anyone run Demonic Pact yet. I don't know if it's got any value at this point, but I'm sure next phase it's going to probably come online. But I mean, Destruction's in a good spot. It's just going to get better. It's all fire destruction though, so it's kind of turned the whole spec on its head. Shadow Bolt spam is not a thing, and Affliction's pretty good as it is, and it'll just get better as we go in. You'll get Nightfall, and that's where Shadow Bolt will actually start to be an applicable ability again.
Can I ask the silly question? Sorry, you go, Shagger.
Yeah, so I think Warlock is the one class I can think of, at least it's sort of top of the list, where I don't think the new role and but sticking with the talent, the current talents really works for me. I think, because there's hardly anything in the talents that sort of supports the idea of tanking. Right? With the rogue, there were a couple of things like increasing your parry and all that stuff, and more dodge, and even with the mage, because of so reliant on the damage part of the, you could sort of see, okay, these actually help me heal. But with Warlock, there's basically nothing.
Really? Isn't there stuff in Demonology and Affliction that are handy?
No, not at all. And so that's where I wish, they let's say it's a Demonology talents, they just add, and if you emit Metamorphosis, this also, or something like that, right?
You've mentioned Metamorphosis. My one concern, I've leveled a Warlock to 25, but I'm fairly certain I will not be carrying it forward into Phase 2. I just have the concern in and I've raised this before on the show, just like I've come to terms with the fact that PvP this season is going to be fucking the wild, wild west. Fine, I get it. It's basically retail PvP where everything's broken. Fucking just go and have as much fun as you can and realize that, it's going to be busted. Okay, whatever. You're either playing one of the fucking classes that were kissed on the dick or you're not. With Metamorphosis Warlocks virtually being immune to melee in fucking this game, I just shudder to think what's coming in the next phase where, isn't it going to be Link?
Sorry, gets what?
Access to Soul Link?
Yeah, that's going to be interesting.
Like, that's going to be very
it'll be balanced around that. So it's like, I guess that's the one thing that, if you tank, you go, I don't know. I think the roles and talents. So yeah, I mean, we don't know about dual spec and all that stuff, but don't really see the point of being able to switch runes but not switching talents. Is beyond me. Where's the point?
Hopefully they'll cook up something. We shall see. Sorry, Mike. I see you in chat. Balls of Steel saying I'm stealing his ideas. I should say. Now I realise I probably do remember hearing Mike say something along the lines of like building up stacks and unleashing as a rogue. Mike, full credit to you. I'm so sorry. I'm a piece of shit. Guys, let's talk about. We'll move on quickly. Sorry if we're leaving some of these classes undercooked. Who's busting to talk about their class for 5 minutes real quick? Anyone hopes and dreams for phase 2?
We haven't talked about Mage yet, have
Do
we?
it.
I'm coming at it from a PvP point of view here, and like you said, PvP's busted. A little bit more PvP utility, Dragon's Breath or like Ring of Frost or something like that, but maybe Ring of Frost with a 3-minute cooldown to work in with a 5-minute trinket. Would be nice to just have, especially with the massive world PvP events, like dropping a ring down at the right time. If it's a really engaging PvP event where there's massive amounts of people fighting, will just lock out one flank of their raid or whatever. That kind of utility would be really nice as a mage, but then again, I can see it would be pretty busted as well.
Can I ask you a question, mate, about mages that might be a touch spicy?
Sure.
All right. I've actually changed my mind in the answer to this question, but obviously we've seen the mages, and we brought it up before the game came out. You give mages healing that works off of their AoE abilities. That could be interesting. We're seeing, the solo RFC, the one pulls, all that shit. I don't care. I'm not here to complain about that. What I am here to do is ask this question: is how do you feel about mages being gifted the ability to solo dungeons moving forward, perhaps in an easier way than what they were doing in soloing them before in Classic? Now, I don't want to get people upset because I'm just going to give you my answer right now. I cared about this 2 weeks ago, and I was probably on the show going, I don't think we should let mages be too powerful. They shouldn't be able to solo instances, in their sleep. This is bullshit. I've kind of turned the corner now, and I'm like, I don't know if I care anymore. They were fucking grinding gold out the wazoo anyway. Shit players were doing it in Classic. Yeah, they were dying and just rezzing and doing it again and farming gold. Mage has always been that class. We can solo farm instances, whatever. And I'm kind of shrugging my shoulders now, going like, I don't fucking care anymore. If mages want to do that and have there be their shtick, then that's their flavor. That's the mage. How do you feel about it, mate?
That's kind of sort of been my take on it. Like, I could have sold boosts in 2019. I just chose not to. I preferred to run them by myself. I enjoyed the challenge of learning some of the one pulls that weren't like incredibly janky. But yeah, like you've pretty much hit my take on the head, man. It's like it's going to be a thing. Hunters have got their thing, basically being 2 players controlled by one dude. Every class has sort of got a bit of a thing, and that unfortunately is Mage's thing, which may be more beneficial to some players than others, I guess.
How about you other guys? Is anyone still, and feel free to say it, is anyone particularly fussed still by mages being so powerful on the solo aspect?
I mean, I sort of said it before, like with the ZG thing, like there's like level 55 mages boosting themselves, and like level 58 and all the shit, like so they're like making 500 gold an hour or something crazy while still leveling. Yeah, the healing's kind of like, oh shit, you need to keep an eye on it, but I mean, at the end of the day, the mobs weren't even touching them in the first place.
Yeah, and like I said, that don't be confused. I know a lot of people want to, I'm not trying to take away people's achievements, but like I know a lot of people want to slap themselves on the back for the fact that they could solo AoE farm in Classic, but I know some terrible players that could do that farm as well, I'm sorry to say. It was accessible, it was doable, so like the argument of, oh, they're making it too easy now, it was kind of always easy in a way.
Yeah, because the save points, so long as you knew where the save points were at the jump, then even if you did fuck up, you could fuck up multiple times and you still just run back that point and jump up. And you'd still be able to rescue and all shit. But like I said, they weren't even getting touched in the first place, so like the healing I mean, at least there is that kind of like aspect where there is that solo content now, and this kind of breaches on like the kind of what we're talking about with the tanks earlier. It's like at the moment, like survivability is not really a thing. Like I'm wearing cloth to kind of like cheese some like spell power gear and all that shit. But like for example, like as a shaman tank, like if you want to go and try to dual wield tank against Brute or Lash there, like week one, go ahead. But I'm telling you right now, your asshole's going to get ripped in half like tissue paper, because while like the Fury Pro is dual wielding, they're still wearing plate, which is going to be double the value of mail. So it's like that is an aspect to it too, and it's like I'm pretty sure shaman tanks get an extra armor bonus from their shield as well. So it's like taking off your shield is a significantly more risky as a shaman. I'm not saying it's not going to be done as well, but like I said, I'm kind of one of those tanks that like that aspect of like paladins maybe switching into a two-hand or wreck bombing the boss, or warriors going down the aspect of dual wielding, even potentially like giving them Titan's grip, or even giving a rogue the aspect, or to be able to equip a shield. I'm a simple man, so like simple things like that can vastly kind of spice up the kind of the game in terms of what you're actually able to do. But like I said, it's because survivability is not really a thing at the moment.
Guys, don't stress. We are hitting the home stretch here. John, anything more on mages before we knock off the other classes?
I think it's just look, a few extra utility abilities. I know like we've got all the utility in the world, I guess, but just in PvP, like Hot Streak or something like that could be fun, but only work for Fireball or something like that. So you can just flick a Fireball out, or a Brain Freeze or whatever, just something to tighten that rotation up a little bit more, and a few extra tools in PvP would be nice.
Too easy. Paladin, Tariak, Hit Me, Hopes, Dreams, Gripes, Phase 2.
Yeah, there's a lot to talk about.
Is there? You're so powerful.
Yeah, like it's like I said, it's kind of everything I want for and more. There's kind of a couple things in terms of like the holy. There's obviously kind of like to kind of give them some sort of AoE healing. You could do something similar to like the Glyph of Holy Light kind of thing you had in Wrath, but again, that doesn't really feel like vanilla. Or it could be something where it's like you kind of like do something with the Judgment of Light, where you let that scale with holy healing power or some shit like that. Again, to talk about other things before I talk about the tanking as well. Like, but Ret, there's not really much to talk about. They're doing their thing.
Let me throw you the ret question, Tariak. So like this gets brought up a lot because you guys got so many of you kind of got your ret toolkit so early. They front end loaded it. Are you expecting your phase 2 runes to be relatively quote unquote boring because maybe along the lines of like what the warrior got with more passive runes, because they can't give you more red abilities?
Yeah, I was even saying for the tank, like already I have like 4 or 5 abilities, so it's kind of like, oof, like that's already a bit much. But I'm a simple man, Josh. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm the kind of guy that's like, oh shit, like you give us like a rune that's like increase stamina 15%. I'm like, that does me beautiful. You know what I mean? Little things like that, like armor buffs or stamina buffs, different things like that. I'd be more than happy with, particularly because it does seem like the kind of, I'm telling you, the Warriors are going to be something. There's something going to be dropped to level 40. That's like, of course, me personally, I think like just like Titan's grip alone for the warrior tanks opens up a whole kind of different discussion, because then you're moving the warrior tanks away from the Thunder Fury, bringing the rogues and the melee hunters into it, and then you know what I mean. All of a sudden, it's like, oh shit! Rather than going dual wield, I have a two-hander and a shield. How does that work out? Kind of explore that kind of different path, and then as well, like I said, you have the rogue that kind of still fill in that kind of Fury Pro, kind of like with the dual wield on that aspect as well. But like I said, the same thing can be said for, like I said, like in terms of Paladin, like I said, simplistic things, like Aegis is not really being used at all at the moment. But if they put in a shield, like the engineering shield, again, hint, wink, wink, boys. Tim, if you're listening, basically, like just half all the stats of the engineering force your active disc, throw it into an Omegon, like an AoE proc of the thing, then all of a sudden Aegis is a lot more appealing to prop paladins, because at the moment it's like really like Divine Storm is just it's the clear kind of winner. Because like I said, survivability is not really that big of a thing. You're not really doing kind of two crazy pulls. And like I said, the kind of the Divine Storm is just more damage, more threat. Whereas if you have kind of a shield like the Force Reactive Disc, Aegis, you're basically like, even if you have two mobs on you, it's like 100% uptime. So like you're basically still getting damage out of it and all the shit. So like I said, there's that whole aspect to it. There's a couple of things as well with the base thing. Sorry that I'm kind of like taking up more time or whatever, but there's a few things that I've kind of thrown into the Paladin chat as well. But there's the talent improves Seal of Righteousness that is only affecting base damage. So any plus spell power that you have doesn't get increased by the 15%, like it says on the tooltip. But this is a known issue for like Era as well. So I don't know if this is intended or not, but I'd like an explanation if they have the time, or if they even noticed that it was. Also, Seal of Righteousness rank 3 scales has double spell power scaling than any other rank. Again, I don't know why, but again, it's something back from Era 2. But yeah, that's pretty much kind of like I said, kind of in terms of the technical thing from my end. But yeah.
You fucking summoned him. I didn't even know he was sitting there. Tim appears in the chat. Yeah.
What can I say? What can I say?
There you go. The luck of the Irish. Mate, I just want to say one thing to you as the Paladin here. Tariaki, ready for this?
Yeah, 100%.
Fuck you. Like, fuck you. I fucking leveled this Paladin to 25. I did it like, fucking 10 days ago. I did it so quickly. Like, it offended me so much how much easier the ride was for the Paladin than every other melee class. I've leveled a warrior, leveled a rogue, leveled a fucking, what's the other one? Enhanced shaman. It's just disgusting how fucking cruisy your ride was to 25. I was like, I was offended, but I mean, fucking more power to you. Paladins, go be Paladins. Good for you. I'm abandoning my Paladin. People will be like, what the fuck are you doing? I'm abandoning my Paladin. It was on my second account. It was the Alliance account. I got a Mage to 18. I got a Paladin to 25. I'm throwing that account away. I don't give a fuck. Fuck Paladins. Fuck everyone. I hate you all. But
Josh,
no,
there's a reason why we get a free mount. You know what I mean? Someone has to undergo this sacrifice, and us Paladins are more than willing to take that sacrifice.
Oh, my goodness.
Also, one thing I want you to think about as well, Josh, and especially ubiquitous, you being a rogue, wreck bomb next phase.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, gosh. All right, what's next? We got. Sorry, you go, ubiquitous.
No, sorry. I was just going to say, hopefully I'll just dodge it all or something. It's pretty much the only hope you've got.
Oh, shit, she's got the parry shit now as well.
Yeah. Anyone on Hunters? I have nothing to say. I don't even know what to say.
I would just like to see them break away from Beast Mastery. It's great that it's topping meters and it's great that people seem to enjoy it, but I mean, marksmanship is a really fun and interactive spec, and I'd like to see it get the love it deserves, because it's just kind of boring to watch pets just do 60% of it.
I still get pissed off at pets in PvP, dude. Like, I don't know.
It has been the big complaint.
Dude, Zico just put out a whole video of him using Eye of the Beast with his pet running around Warsong, killing everybody in it. Like, I mean, it's just mental.
Like I said, I'll just say this to everyone again. I said it 10 minutes ago. I'll say it again. This sucks to say, but it's like, you need to get in. I feel like this is a bailout, but you need to somewhat get in the mindset, given the amount of time the team has to develop this thing. You somewhat have to get in the frame of mind of throwing your hands up and just being like, PvP is going to be weird this season. Just, it's going to be fucked. It's going to be weird. It's going to be awkward. Like everyone's teenage years. Just deal with it and power through it as best you can.
I know, man. They got a pretty handy Nerf bat sitting over there. I know they do.
Yeah, they do. They do.
Speaking of the specs, I'd really like the melee hunter to be a real spec, and I'd like the marksmanship hunter to stand 40 yards away and stay there. So, just none of this running in and out bullshit. Or I literally, I'm standing here on my level 25 hunter and I'm like, dude, I love this thing, but it's basically what I was thinking earlier when I said, I kind of really want to know where this is going, because if there's melee weaving at 60, I'm gonna hate every second I play this hunter to get to 60, because I'm gonna never log on to him. But
I
if
agree with you,
can-
Shagger, but I would say there are a lot of hunters that do enjoy it. I don't know why, but they are out there.
I just want to know now so I can, play something else. But
I think, like we were talking about before, look, whether or not it's the, quote unquote right or wrong call, I think they will advertise the runes before the phase comes out, because I think it's easy publicity. It's an easy dynamite shot in the arm on the PR tour for, hey, don't forget about SOD. Look at the shiny new shit that's coming. I think they will actually tell us. I don't really care whether they do or not. It'd be nice to get that info, I guess. And I know it's weird because I'm like, I won't look at the gear in a raid, but I will look at the runes to come. I think there are different arguments there. But I'd be a little surprised if they didn't advertise them. I just think it's an easy thing on the marketing tour.
Yeah, but that doesn't really help me, because it doesn't tell me what meta's going to be just because I know what the runes are.
It slightly points you in a direction.
Yeah. You can get to theory crafting, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, then they nerf you, and then it's all up in the air again.
Anyone on anything more on hunters before we move on?
Just back to the pets again, and people being upset with them being so strong. I experienced Attack of the Snakes at Ratchet the other day. I found it hilarious, man. I got my shit pushed in by snakes, but it was funny watching that happen. It was hilarious. Loved it.
But by the way, I really like to applaud the way the tome of wyvern taming. More of that. New kinds of pets. It's good.
Yeah, it's fun. Hey, people have been saying they're sick of the 2.0 speed cats. I hear you on that one.
Exactly. Yeah.
Any warriors or druids in chat?
Definitely druid.
Yeah, I was gonna say I been playing a lot of druid lately.
All right, the druids tee off. Hopes, dreams, wishes, complaints. Phase 2, go.
You go first, Sig.
I mean, druid obviously. I mean, right now in raid, I think they're doing great. And going into the next phase, I'm really excited because you're gonna be starting to actually go through your feral tree instead of just running. I mean, we're playing feral druids with absolutely no points in feral whatsoever at this point. So I'm excited to see once we go into the tree. My hopes is with runes that, so like in retail, druids have kind of think of like rogue crippling poison. I think to help druid in PvP as far as like maintaining on the targets, I can't even remember. I think it's called venomous. No, venomous wounds is a rogue thing. Regardless, I think something that helps rogue druid right now stick to their target PvP wise, I think helps a lot.
You got to be careful, Sig. You can't get anything wrong on this podcast. The YouTube comments will tear you to shreds.
It's all right.
They'll come for you, mate.
Let them come.
They've already written their fucking diatribe about me saying hurricane axe. Wonder, go for it, mate.
I think feral is in a really good spot. I think bear needs a little bit of flavor added to it. Not necessarily because they're bad. I just feel like it's a little boring to play. I feel like all druid specs need a cooldown of some sort to press. And the baboomkins, my fear is that they're just going to fade away. It's a inbuilt fear come from, wait for the next phase, wait for the next phase, wait for the next phase. It's coming. Yeah. Wanting to see the runes is a massive driver just to go, okay, are we actually going to do
okay here? Are we going to scale? Do we have something that's going to really... I would be fine with really boring runes, put it that way, like use all the same spells that we currently have, but just see them do a lot more or scale better, and I'll be a happy boy.
You say Druid and cooldown, and I get triggered because I'm like, I still fucking quietly think that Sunfire should have a fucking 6-second cooldown or something.
I think
the PvP related.
Sunfire for Kitty needs to be 60 energy.
They're either higher energy or a short cooldown, because I'm like, there's a fucking reason that hunters with their aspect of the cheater on have a fucking short cooldown on arcane shot, because they can't just run away from everyone and pew 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 spam arcane shot and you get to do nothing about it. I'm like, it's infuriating, but fuck, what do I know anyway?
Well, it's not this, like, even the Sunfire is better as a Kitty than it is as a Boomy, which thematically feels weird.
Right. Everyone came at me when I was like, Sunfire should have a cooldown, because they're like, Josh, it costs 40 energy. And I'm like, oh, because that's such a great cooldown.
Well, you can power shift, right? You've got free mana,
Yeah,
so
I was
you
just
can
gonna say
generate
power shift.
you can generate that instantly.
Tito, mate, you wanted to... Sorry, who we got here? Gecko and Tito have jumped in the chat. We'll go Gecko first. Mate, what have we said that you want to tee off on?
Oh, just waiting for the warrior talk.
Oh, well, I think we're just out there. Yeah, here we go. The fucking warriors. That's what they came in
class
for.
that's supposed to not be OP. What the hell?
Yeah, I know. All right, Druids, are we done? Can we move on to these dickheads?
Yeah.
All right. Gecko, tee us off, mate. Warriors, what possible the complaints could you have moving into phase 2?
Well, Warbringer is awesome, first of all. I know Tito's probably got a lot more to say, because Warrior's my 4th character, so I haven't played it a great deal.
Tito's list of demands is quite long.
Loving tanking. I've been loving tanking on a Warrior. Just with the runes that you put on, and there, it's pretty good. And especially
damage pretty
Warbringer
hard too.
Yeah, I agree. The damage is really good, and holding aggro on like 4 or 5 mobs, it's really good.
Yeah, it feels engaging. It feels like you gotta... Yeah, it's pretty good.
All right, well, what are you hoping for to come in phase 2?
Oh, Gecko?
What's that conal ability? That's
Shockwave, baby.
Oh, shit out of
Don't
here.
fucking get me started.
Shockwave.
I've been
Yeah.
screaming
It's
for
too
it since
rapid.
day
It's
one.
Phase 3 maybe, but I do want them to implement Shockwave for sure.
I'm literally like, I can't explain this. I'm leveling the Shaman, the Warrior, and the Rogue tanks, because I'm like, this is all Shockwave insurance. If Warriors get Shockwave, I'm dying happy. But like Molten Blast is amazing as well. I'm like, give every fucking tank a conal ability. They're the best thing ever. But yeah, Shockwave, please.
So Intervene is coming, we know that, because the skill Warbringer mentions it.
True.
And it's not a
That's
biggie.
true.
But
I think
it's useful.
I think the scary thing about Shockwave is having a DPS, arms warrior shockwaving. So they need to make sure that's, if they do put that in, it needs to be somehow tank limited.
That would work.
I think two-handers are going to come back into their own as well, especially since they put an epic two-handed sword. So we have a warrior who just absolutely cleaned up last night. He's like a 4th ult or something, and all the mail gear dropped. And then the two-handed sword dropped, and he was the only one that could use it. So he's respect arms. And I said, well, dude, you're going to get Whirlwind Axe at level 30 or 35 or whatever. So I suspect that arms is going to come into its own, because it's going to be massive once you get Mortal Strike. So every warrior is going to go arms for PvP at level 40 to begin with. And I hope that they introduce Whirlwind. Bladestorm. Bladestorm.
Well, they already teased Gladiator stance, so I really hope that kind of fills the slot of the Fury tank, as in, so if you tank, you use a shield.
Well, it's not that it was teased,
Shaman.
data mined or
and
whatever.
then, if you... Sorry,
not that it was teased, data mined as a possibility.
Yeah. So I really hope that sort of fills that slot, as in, if you've got aggro problems, you don't switch to Fury, you switch to Gladiator stance, maybe sacrifice a bit of little survivability, but you have more aggro, and then you can switch back to your defense stance. I really hope that's the way it goes, that if you tank, you have a shield.
I'm gonna
you go, mate.
I was just gonna say I'm gonna surprise people a little bit. I think. I think they've done a great job keeping Warrior at the top. Keep it up. That's where we belong, and I think we'll stay there for the rest of the time. We don't need any of these extra fancy buttons. Give everyone else the buttons. They need the charity, and we'll still stay at the top. The only buttons that I do think need to be added is just prot, so that prot warriors can be the tank rather than requiring fury prot.
You took the words out of my mouth, mate. Just lean into prot warriors being cool.
Yeah, and we don't need anything extra. We're going to smash everyone regardless. So we don't need the extra buttons. Just give us some more nice passives, and quick strike will keep two-hand warrior viable in raids. We're sweet.
Night Zim, you heading off, man. Thanks so much for joining.
Oh, no. I think he was saying night to me. I was typing in check. I didn't want to cut anybody off. I got to run. So I was just saying goodbye.
Night Sig, thanks so much for joining us, mate.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, man.
Cheers, guys.
Yeah, sorry, Tito. I'm with you. Like, everyone was kind of predicting this anyway, that they're probably going to go in this direction, but I would love to see them glow up the prot warrior, give him a couple more button presses, make him cool, and also make the prot warrior viable in PvP. I think would be cool to see.
Yeah.
What else? Any other runes that you have hopes and dreams for that you can predict coming?
I just want revenge to actually be useful.
I think revenge is fine. I quite like revenge as it is. Maybe I'm the weirdo.
Revenge has always been a core part. It's just insane threat, right?
Yeah,
so it's always been a core.
I've got
it
no
would be
dramas.
It'd be cool to see it have an extra effect, but it doesn't need anything major. It's always been useful.
Well, it's got an extra effect if you take that talent. And I get that no one does, but you could if you wanted to. But my thing is, I've got no dramas with abilities that do fucking intense threat but fuck all damage. That's like what we were talking about with the rogue. Like, if you're concerned that you don't want to give the rogue too much because that's the shtick of the rogue. They're the super high DPS tank. Like, we can't make them gods. Well, if you need to give them abilities, just make them high threat, low DPS. I have no drama with revenge doing dick all damage. I know it still feels like a good button to press because I'm like, well, fucking no one's getting that mob off me. I don't know. That's just me.
The reason people didn't want revenge stuns is because it stops your threat in your rage income, right? So if threats as a prot is not an issue like it has been, well then you can pick the stun for revenge anyway. That's fine.
All right. Anything else on Warriors? I think that's about it. If we're all done on that one.
No, that's good.
All right, guys. Look, I was going to end it there, but considering, I'll just say this. Whoever wants to hang around, please feel free to hang around. I forgot to raise the topic of premades before. If you don't, it could be a half an hour conversation. If you don't want to do it, let's tap out now. But for whoever wants to hang around, I would like to do this and knock it out while we're here. Is anyone keen for this one or not?
I'm happy to stay for it.
Right.
Josh, it's something I'm pretty keen to talk about.
All right.
Just one thing
first,
if I can. So one thing that I would request for all casters is to potentially solve this issue of spell ranks causing problems would just to have a glow up of whatever spell, so if the original pathway has it leveling up at 34, to give us a level 40 version of the same spell in the same way that the runes level up with your level. I feel like that would kind of alleviate a lot of the issues.
That is true. Yeah, a lot of casters don't get, if they got their last rank at 20 and they're getting the next one at 26. Well, they're kind of useless at 25.
Yeah,
that's what you're getting at, right?
Yeah, I feel like that would just be it's probably annoying to do. I would even be prepared to sacrifice the rank. Like if it was coming at 42. I'd be prepared to not get that little extra damage at 42 just to get it at 40 so that I felt like I wasn't getting gimped. But yeah, that's the only thing that I would probably be advocating for.
Fair enough. All right, let's do the pre-made thing. Let's bang it out. I'll just open up with this sort of preamble. Everyone's talking about this thing recently. Look, the game's been out a month, and it's been interesting to see somewhat of a shift in some attitudes to some things. Like we talked about, the needle does somewhat seem to be moving on GDKPs. I don't know, but also we're getting more gripes about things that I haven't heard gripes about in years. And Premades has been one of them, and it's been a really interesting topic. I've not done Battlegrounds, I should say. I've done 3 Warsong Gulches, so I can't really weigh in on this much. But a lot of people were talking about it in the Countdown Discord. People are saying that they're fucking done with the concept of Premades. They don't think it's good game design. They think it's bullshit. If one party has to, have fun at the expense of another party's fun in order to get where they want to go, then that's bad game design, blah, blah, blah. Should we limit the amount of people that can be in a party together before they go to a battleground? All this shit, all the comments, all the ideas are flying everywhere. I was on the show fucking 2 or 3 years ago, just hammering this point about Premades. I'm not a big believer in them, but that's just me. Turns out I'm not alone in this thought. It's a really age-old clash of social dynamics versus just shitting on people's fun. It's a relatively nuanced argument, and some people are going to get upset by some of the things they hear when we discuss this, and I'm sorry, but people feel very strongly on either side of the coin. We're going to try and do justice to both arguments. I hope that there's maybe someone here that's like Premades forever, and I'm sure there's going to be people here that are going to be like, fuck Premades. Look,
we need Arcos.
Yeah. Arcos is very, very passionate about Premades forever. Look, I'll just open with this very simple generic question and just say, have you guys felt the tide turning on Premades, or do you feel that this has always been people's attitudes? They're just being louder about it now.
I think they're just being louder about it now, to be honest.
Yeah, PvP has always felt like a pointless issue because we've never ever seen any changes. It's always been so much effort to change the PvP system, the ranking system, all these things.
Yes.
And we never thought Blizzard would do it. Now that they've done it, people are like, okay, so they are going to put in the yards to change the whole basis of these systems. Now I want to play this, make it so that I want to play it, because there's still reasons we don't.
But I've got a big but in real life and to that question. Here's the thing. I agree with you, Tito. However, whilst the Classic team has demonstrated a willingness to get in the guts of this game and change things for SOD, like we saw with the honor system, I don't think they're going as far in terms of changing things about the game that haven't been planned for yet. There are resources on the Classic team. There's only X amount of staff members and there's only X amount of development time going through the season. I've basically come to terms with the fact that whilst, yes, changes are being made to the game, they're reacting to feedback and they are making class changes and shit like that, and that's great. I don't think fundamentally large changes on the fly can or will be made. I just can't see them being like, we don't have 2 weeks to kind of stop what we're doing and now change the pre-made battleground thing because we didn't plan for that beforehand. We've launched Season of Discovery. You guys have all decided the pre-mades suck now all of a sudden when you kind of were okay with them before. We can't pause everything else to now fix this. We'll fix Season of Discovery issues, but we're kind of not going to fix old hat classic issues, if that makes sense. Do you know what I mean?
I do, but I think a lot of people, I definitely treat this way, and I think a lot of people are as well. SOD is a beta, so I don't care if it doesn't come out in SOD. I want them to fix it so that when Classic Plus for real gets released,
I hate this argument so much.
Yeah, but when that comes out, I want them to have it for that, because that's something I want to replay.
We'll talk about it another day, but I lose my mind over this is the practice Classic Plus for the real Classic Plus coming later.
100%.
It makes zero fucking sense. We're playing an MMO that is being
100%.
developed on the fly. Oh my God, I hate you so much. But anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
Look, it's one of those things with the Premades where let's maybe start at the beginning a little bit. Gren sent out a tweet, and I hate to kind of, I feel like I'm talking behind Gren's back when I bring up his tweets on the show, because we need this casual communication from the Classic team, and we've applauded them for it. And I'm not trying to scare him away from doing that, but we do need to discuss some of the things that he says, not to stop him from communicating, but because he said something and we're going to discuss it. And he threw out there this tweet a few weeks ago of being like, hey guys, look, Premades are a thing, and I'm massively paraphrasing. I'm so sorry, Agrend. Premades are a thing. They've kind of always been a thing. You know, if you don't like it, form one of your own. You know, if you don't like being stomped, get in a pre-made. That's the way that the cookie kind of fucking crumbles. Massively paraphrasing. And yes, he's right. Pre-mades have always been a thing. And yes, it's, you know, if you don't like it, rally the troops, engage in social, you know, gameplay with an MMO and fight against it. Or, you know, kind of, if you don't like being bullied, become the bully is kind of the way it works. But the community is really pushing back against this concept and saying enough is enough. We want to battleground. They're basically saying we want to do this solo. The community is telling the team we want to do this solo. Yes, this is a social game. Yes, you are rewarded by playing with friends. Yes, you should get together with many people and do the content. But this particular thing, we want to turn our brains off and do it solo, and you're making it very, very infuriating to engage with solo, and thus we don't want to fucking do it, and you're basically deleting content from your own game because of the stance. I agree with that. I think that people shouldn't necessarily have to always in every aspect of the game do it communally and socially. I think there are times for solo gameplay in MMOs. Someone come at me. I'm rambling here.
Yeah, I got you. So the way I kind of equate it is like, obviously this is PvP, but I'm going to tie it back to PvE. So if you went into a raid, a 10-man raid, and you were a incredibly undergeared group, and you got stomped by every boss in there, and you just got fed up, and then you got your higher level friend to come in and swamp everything with you, I feel like that kind of takes away from the game. Instead of the group actually building together, progressing, or you finding a group that can clear that content, you're just kind of hitting the easy mode button. I think this forces people to, you know, kind of abide by World of Warcraft and Blizzard's, their community guidelines or whatever that they posted, where it forces you to go out into the world, get involved with the community, and build your own pre-made. I think that's kind of the stance that he's taking, and I agree with it, because I solo BG'd for a while. It seemed like every 3 games I'd come into like a strain of pre-mades, and yeah, we'd get stomped, but, you know, then I'd be upset about it, but it didn't stop me from still playing the game, because I was still, at the end of the day, having fun. And if I really wanted to have fun, I would just go find a pre-made of my own.
Can I throw the hot take? Oh, sorry, you go, mate. What'd you say, Tito?
So I was just saying, have you ever run into those pre-mades and just been stomped in the first 40 seconds, graveyard camped for the next 6 minutes, and then the game's over? Because I don't see how that's any fun. And that happens a lot, in my opinion.
Yeah, and Tito, I was going to say, let me just throw this in there, and Tito, piggyback off this. My hot take is I don't think this is really, at the end of the day, about winning and losing. I think that Battleground enjoyers are probably more comfortable with losing than they'd like to admit. It's about not even getting to engage in the Battleground.
Yeah.
So that there's something that I was talking to somebody the other day about. I think I was talking to Blaze and Bob about it. Or what if they put in something like where you could queue as solo, or you could queue as 10-man, or like a 10-man pre-made. Like those are your 2 options. You know, I feel like that would help. I think
that's what we want.
Yeah, I think that's what would help alleviate this issue. And I think that'd be somewhat of an easy fix. I don't know. It sounds like it'd just be like a rated Battleground at that point.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many options out there. I'm okay with that, to be honest with you. I'd be for that. Like, look, here's what I want at the end of the day. I am absolutely one of these people who is not on board with premades. I haven't bitched about it publicly because I've not done Battlegrounds in SOD, but I want to. I've stayed away because everyone basically walked into a club in front of me and I saw them walking out and I said, how was it? And they said, shit, don't bother. So I go, okay, I guess I won't bother, rather than going in and checking it out for myself. That's on me. But like, I'm staying away from this content because everyone is saying it's dog shit. I'm like, okay, I don't particularly like pre-mating. I don't want to go in with 9 other fucking guys and just destroy. I want to have fun. Like and people say like, it's not fun for the stompers. It's not fun for the stompees. So why are we doing it? I do agree with that sentiment in that I wouldn't enjoy just going in and 3 capping in 15 minutes and not getting any fights. I think 10 or 1 as a choice is fine. I mean, fuck. I'm scorched earth on this. I'm like, fuck everyone. You can only solo queue, but I mean, fuck. What do I know? I'm an idiot. People want to play together.
I don't think it's even as. It's not even as simple as just get in a group, because a pre-made, there's another factor to pre-mades which I brought up earlier when we were talking about GDKPs, which is these pre-mades very often are buying gold. They're blowing fucking 4 faps, 3 lips, and nading on cooldown in all of these engagements. It's not just grouping with people, it's blowing that much gold in these encounters to ensure that you stomp in the first 20 seconds and then just keep stomping it thereafter.
I've seen maybe 1 or 2 premades like that. Usually it's just a group of 10 randos on the same server that can communicate with each other. And usually when people can communicate against a group that's, just kind of everywhere, that group that can communicate does a little bit better. I know there's people out there that have those like super charged up premades that just go in there with the intent purpose to roll face. But I think a majority of them are just 10 randos from the same server that queue together.
The other benefit of the pre-made group is that they're going to have the right specs as a group, not just a random mishmash.
Yeah, they're re-speccing after every raid night to go back to PvP, more gold spent. My experience was that I tried to join a couple and they were like, look, show us how many consumes you got with you. That was in SOM. So
I've seen a few like no Discord, no consume premades going. Obviously, when you come against a premade that is chugging faps and throwing nades everywhere, you're just going to get rolled over. But the most fun I've ever had in Battlegrounds is kill with my mates. And I'm coming from a perspective here where I've, like, ever since I started in like 2005, 2006, I've been primarily a PvP player. I've got hundreds of thousands of vulnerable kills on my Mage. And the most fun I've had is with mates. And to lose that to like a solo queue where I can go, oh, hey, Josh, you want to come? I'll pocket you. Like, to lose that ability to do that. And you can sway Battlegrounds. You can beat premades with like 3 mates if they're bad enough. To lose that would be a travesty, in my opinion. Like, it would just feel bad.
You're the perfect person to ask this then, John. So, like, what is the tolerable number? If I were to throw a cap out there of you of 3 and say, mate, you can take 2 mates with you to a battleground, them's the rules from now on, how would you feel about that?
Blizzard did do a thing. I can't remember exactly when. Might have been at the end of the Burning Crusade. They changed, like the original Burning Crusade, they changed battleground queuing to like between 2 and 5 would trying to get put into a group match with other groups of 2 and 5. That seemed to work okay. I didn't really have a problem with it. It felt pretty good. It was fairly even. The games might have took too long if you're really trying to efficiently grind out those off pieces for your arena set or whatever. But it did feel good. That might be an option. Another option would be because to roll queue. So with healers and stuff. Like if you solo queuing, you nominate as a healer, you'll get jumped in quicker if you're a healer or whatever. But you can beat premades that aren't cranking faps and whatever else with a couple of healers. If you win the hunter count and the priest count, you're in for a shot. It's just breaking the mindset of this is a premade. They're all from the same server. Push your keyboard away and stand at the graveyard.
I've had no drama with the 3 cap, and I think that's more often than not that's the number that gets thrown out there. People like let people take 2 mates. They're a group of 3. They can go into a battleground, and call that sort of what you can do. I just want to say one thing though, and like I'm okay with that, and I say like it's obviously scorched earth when I say fucking don't let anyone queue with anyone, just everyone go in solo. I'm being slightly tongue in cheek when I say that, but when you go a bit more reasonable with 3 cap, I just say this one thing as well, John. With the amount of feedback coming in on this thing, whilst playing with friends is always important in MMOs, would you agree or disagree that it oddly seems to be a great minority of people that tend to do battlegrounds with friends?
Yeah, I think we're a dying breed due to the drive for efficiency in the grind. Like we want to get to rank 3s, or people want to get to rank 3 as quickly as possible, or they want to save up as many marks of honor as they can so they can reach cap next week easier or whatever.
Yeah.
Or use it for XP or whatever.
But that's why when you throw a reasonable sort of answer out there, like a 3 cap, if people do still get upset about that and go, no, this is bullshit, I want to queue with 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of my mates, I'm kind of like, what portion of the player base are we saving this for? Like if the vast majority of players clearly want to do this thing solo, and it is a minority, and I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to play with your mates. Play with your mates if you want, but like we're limiting you to 3. I'm just like, how many people are getting bent out of shape about this?
Personally, I'd be fine with the number that you've pulled out, 3. 2 to 5 is fine as well, but it probably, it'd have to be the minority. The ones that would want to queue with 10 of their mates would want to do it for efficiency reasons, not for the social fun aspect of cranking a few beers into you or whatever and beating some people up with your mates in battlegrounds. Arguably, we can do that in the world, but there's more benefit to do that in a battleground. You get more honor, you get the marks of honor. So, to answer your question directly, it's probably not that many of us, man, but I would really hate to lose the ability to queue with my mates. It wouldn't stop me from queuing battlegrounds. It wouldn't stop me from enjoying myself in battlegrounds. But I would noticeably enjoy them less if I didn't have the option to say, hey, Josh, I'll pocket you in a battleground, man. You want to come fight some dudes?
Yeah.
I don't know how many people are requesting, other than Josh with the scorched earth, that premades be completely removed.
Please don't get me wrong. That's it. I'm fucking around when I say that. Like, yeah.
Yeah. I laughed when I said it, but yeah. I think most people are just wanting a pre-made queue as separate to a solo queue. Is that right? Because that's the only arguments I've really seen for it.
Yeah, just would have 2 split queues.
That's how it worked when they did make the changes earlier on. There was pushback from it because people were having trouble getting their offset and stuff. And I'm talking like 2008 or 9 when this happened. They had trouble getting the marks and stuff they needed for their offset or whatever because they couldn't just crunch it out in a day. It did work. I still had fun in battlegrounds, and I'm sure most people still had fun in battlegrounds. And the premades would fight premades, and they kind of just stopped existing because it wasn't efficient to do it anymore.
It ends up being a massive battle, which, while it seems epic, it's just bad on a per hour, right?
Yes.
Even with a 3-person queue, premades still 100% exists because people get in disc, they queue at the exact same time. Yeah. If it doesn't pop at the exact same moment, they know to skip it and just re-queue, and eventually. So you'll still end up with 6 to 9 premades that you're running into. It'll just be slightly less.
Yeah, it's
so
great.
Unless you have a completely separate. Yeah, if you have a completely separate queue for premades, well then you have the people who are trying to burn their honor per hour at their maximum, figuring out whatever's the best system and just doing that. And then you might just end up with people like you who just want to queue with their mates, fucking around and having fun, which I don't see a downside to that.
Yeah, I mean, I want to rank too. In Season of Discovery, I want to get to rank 14 if I can, if I have the time. I don't know what the grind is going to be like for those last couple of ranks, but I want to do it. I'm a PvP player. I love it. But I would prefer, over joining a pre-made, I'd prefer the most efficient way to do it would be a group of 2 to 5. That's what I would prefer long term. I think it's better for the game overall. and if you want to drink free action potions and whatever else in your group of 5, go for your life. But just rolling people over and just like toxic graveyard parties are not fun. Just as the same as toxic boat parties weren't fun in 2019 phase 2 of Classic.
Yeah, I'm very married to that notion of if your fun comes at someone else's expense, like it's probably not great. Battlegrounds should be fun for everyone, whether you win or lose. Look, it's not great to lose. I get that if you try hard and you lose the game, but it shouldn't be the fucking like a debilitating, demoralizing experience either that makes you not want to play the game. I love PvP, and I hate that there's something in the game that's like keeping me away from it. And I know, just to dive in on this, the knee-jerk response is always, so Josh, if you don't like it, just join. Like, your answer is literally sitting right there. Just join a pre-made. Just join a pre-made. Then you don't have to deal with any of your sadness, any of your fucking crying. You can go and fucking demoralize people yourself and get all your honor along the way. But like I said, I don't think that's fun either. Like, this shit exists to be competitive. Why are we making it so that you can slate it so far to one side that it's not a competition? Like, why are we creating a sport with a predetermined winner?
I will say the other day after raid, I had just 4 of us from guild decided to go into Warsong, and we were butting heads against Premades, and honestly, some of them weren't tremendous. I mean, they were 10-man versus us 4, and 6 randos, and we gave every one of them a run for their money. Ultimately, a lot of them did push us into our graveyard, and we just, fortunately, we were able to get our whole team to agree to just get out of the graveyard to not res, and then that ends the farm. And then, but what we did is we watched for people on our server who would come in, and we would, if they played well with us, then we would invite them in and get them into our Discord, and then we were able to slowly build ourselves a pre-made on our server that even though we didn't particularly know the people, but it's like, oh, you're a good healer, or hey, you kind of figured out what we were doing, and I think we won more than we lost, and we almost exclusively played Alliance pre-mage that night, so I think there's ways around it.
There are. It's so hard because I'm not trying to kill social connections by saying kill pre-mades. I'm sure, I hope you can hear from the tone of my voice. I'm coming at this from a competitor's viewpoint where I want competition. I want the thrill of a game. The reason I love world PvP and the reason I encourage everyone to do as much world PvP as possible is because there is nothing quite like the thrill of running into a fight, every fucking one-on-one world PvP that you find, and having no fucking idea who's going to win that fight. The thrill of the coin flip, the thrill of you versus me, let's fucking see what happens, unless they're a meta warlock. I would love to bring that back to Battlegrounds rather than having, like I say, this sport where it's like, why am I playing the sport where I know I don't have to flip the coin? I know what's going to happen. I'm old school. I like football. I like basketball. I like games and playing and seeing who's going to win when I don't know. And I like, even if I lose, feeling like I had fun and I had a shot. That's just me.
Something that hurts even more with those pre-mates where you lose in Warsong Gulch is a loss in Warsong Gulch. You get, if you get pushed into the graveyard early and then just sit there while they farm honor, you get 10 rep and 0 honor for the whole 20 minutes you're in there. It's so debilitating losing in Warsong Gulch. There is no participation. I'm not a big fan of participation prizes, but queuing up with the chance of getting into a pre-made where you spend 20 minutes and get literally 0 other than 1 mark, which is worth whatever 10 rep, it hurts.
I don't think anyone's mentioned it, but doesn't Warsong need a timer like the fucking desert needs the rain?
Oh yeah, I'll agree on that one. Bring in the 15-minute timer, please, for the love of God.
Some of that shit should be considered war crimes. You know what I'm saying?
Yes,
Because it's brutal. But like I said, it's kind of like, like when you're getting tortured that bad, it should be like, not a participation thing, but like, okay, you have went through a tremendous amount of shit. Like we've seen, you've died like over 100 times. You know what I mean? Here's like, 5-1 honor or some shit like that. You know what I mean? Because it's like, if you're willing to sit through that much death, I'm just saying, like it's at that stage, it's kind of more so. It's like, what's the? It's like a court settlement. You know what I mean? From like the amount of abuse.
Yeah. Can I just say how absurd it is when I think it was Squirrel talk. You were saying you set up those premades. Was it you, Squirrel?
Yeah, where I would just kind of grab people from my server. Yeah.
Yeah, so you pre-mated, you organized, and you still had moments where you said, "Hey guys, let's walk away from the graveyard and not res, so this is over." That is not there's no way in the world that should be considered a good way of playing the game. And you were like saying,
absolutely
like,
not. That's just that's knowing when to hang it up, though. I mean, because the alternative is sit there for an undetermined amount of time until these people feel that they've gotten their honors worth.
Exactly, but that's kind of, even when you pre-made, you still hit that. That's absurd to me. That's crazy.
Guys, we might wrap it up there. I feel like we've probably said pretty much everything we're going to say, and I apologize for bringing up such an important argument at the tail end of a fucking 4-hour podcast where everyone's tired, it's late. We probably limp-dicked that one a little bit, and I do apologize, but hopefully, the guy still did so well. I'm talking about myself when I say I limp-dicked my way through that. Like, you can hear how tired I am in my voice. Boys, you've all been excellent. We'll say our goodbyes and we'll kick on off stream. I'll end the stream and I'll say good day to Tim and say goodbye to everyone, or just hang out for a little bit longer off stream. Shagger, mate, thank you so much for joining us.
You're welcome.
Mate, you've been brilliant. Tariak, as always, thank you, mate.
Pleasure as always, bro.
Squirrel, lovely meeting you, mate. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it was a pleasure.
That's the way. Zim, mate, you're a fucking workhorse. Thank you.
It's always a good time, man.
Tito, fuck you.
Fuck you too, brother.
Wonder, thank you so much, mate.
I was going to say I want you to be more offensive, so that's perfect.
Very good. John, mate, you're a sweetheart. Thank you, mate.
Thanks so much. I'll go and do my shout out to actually Teriak this time around, man. It's always an absolute pleasure to hear when the passion and the fire in your belly heats up, man.
Oh, he's the king. Did you watch me? If you watch the VOD, watch me have to fucking micromanage his volume when he fired up about paladins.
I'll watch it.
Oh my god, Spooky, mate, thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me.
My pleasure. All right, guys, I'll end the stream. We'll keep talking off stream. Bit of countdown after dark. All right.